Yeah, we live, so you already know what that means. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another episode of Hotep History Live with your host, with the most, President Hotep Dudes. Let's go, man. Yes, sir. Bring your asses in here, man. A new week is upon us. What we doing? How we feeling? Yes, sir.
Shit from here from
Uh-huh. Oh, well. Oh, well. Uh-huh. Oh. Yes, sir. Still the beat, nigga, with the back of that kid, nigga, along. Come on, man. Let's go. Bird in your man. Soft in the dick, above the rim. Come on. Don't let not bracelet, throats and limbs. Take your vision, toes to them. Come on, man. What y'all thought? We back. We live. Come on now. Like them big times. And not they shoe size. Come on. Yeah. So they do yes. We got another one for you guys, man. I'm happy to be here. Hope you happy to be here, because I am. Let's go. Shout out to the chat. Let's go. Yes. Uh-huh. I'm like, who's gonna buy this brief for? Come on. Uh-huh. Ow. Yes. Welcome home, Max B. Welcome home, Max B. The wave is home. Come on. We celebrating today. We celebrating today. Max B is home. I couldn't wait to talk about it. Man, listen. We got a great show lined up, but we're going to jam off for a little bit, man, because I am in a great mood. I'm in a great mood. And this is the three-piece set. Now, usually, my rule is that I play all three.
Close
Play
session.
two.
Open the sunroof.
But I got to hear this, though. This is my
Turn me
joint
up
right here.
some.
It's a classic. Shout out to Spitter. Shout out to Roddy. Come on, man. Three-piece set. Talk to him, man. Listen. This Hotep History Live. With your host with the most. President Hotep Dude. Reporting live from Hotep Nation, you feel me? This is what we do over here. This how we do it over here. You understand? Before we get into it, I gotta let Spitter talk to you, man. Talk to him, Spitter. Come on.
I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I never seen myself being a broke nigga. I've never seen the company of no hoe niggas.
Come on.
One of the bosses that could send the order, but I get out of the car, do it on my own, nigga. Think when Frank White sent the hit on Chinatown, Larry jumped out of that, black on black, rat-a-tat. The enemy main bitch was the first one that he let have it. My brother always strapped, I don't like guns too much, but see he love me to death, so I guess that's why he bought me one. Them haters be watching your son, don't trip, we be watching them, so they'll never get the drop. Top in the trunk, smelling like a skunk. Looking like 1-2, racing stripes, looking like coke lines, running across my coupe. Way higher than you, bitch on the phone telling you something that's not true.
Come on.
Jet life always coming up, looking like $1 million plus when I'm coming through. Yeah,
Come on. You know I'm gonna bring the classics. You know I'm gonna bring the Spitter classics. Come on now. Gotta get an OG as far as why you can still spell it. Come on.
I can't get in,
And I can't get out.
I can't get out,
And I can't get in. Come on.
can't get in, and I can't get out.
Shout out to everybody watching on Kick. Everybody watching on Twitter. Everybody watching on YouTube. Come on.
I can't get out.
Listen, man. Beautiful. Happy to be alive, man. Happy that y'all live with me, man. Come on. This in the air for my brother Rashad. Everybody that been rocking with Hotep History, man. Shout out to partnership. Shout out to Big Deals.
And they never know my next move, I leave them clueless.
Come on.
They praying that I fall off, they must be foolish.
What's going on,
but the
everybody?
Shit I'm talking about, I really do this. Truly, I'm a mad Buddha abuser, my nigga. And I ain't talking about no U-Haul, but I keep it moving. On my mission to the top is fuck them losers. No more young rider, young brought the ruler. Peep how I maneuver through this maneuver. I'm talking two hoes in my two dough, but usually I ride solo. And this time I'm going for the gusto. In HD I see niggas cutthroat. And if you don't know, and if you must know, I drop my jewels like a clutzo. But I'm still fly like I'm nutso. And the fast money still give me a rush, my nigga. And I still got the will to go and get it. In the streets I'm a gorilla, hustle hard from dawn to dusk, my nigga. Ow.
Come on, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are here. Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Hotep History Live. I am your host with the most, President Hotep Dudes, reporting live from Hotep Nation inside of Hotepistan. I hope you guys have had an amazing weekend. I did. We're going to get into Hotep History Podcast, episode 10. Another one for the books, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've made my point very clear. If you go subscribe to the Patreon, to the Kick, to the Instagram, to the YouTube, to me on Twitter, and to me on TikTok, we got to, do some housekeeping right at the top. But it is available right now on Patreon, episode 10 of the Hotep History Podcast. We got to it. We had a great, great, great conversation. I posited my latest historical hot take. My latest historical hot take. Black Americans are living under communism. Wake it up. Wake it up. They are. We are. Absolutely. Now, if it don't apply to you, it don't apply to you. But when we're talking about the people that it applies to, we're talking millions of people. Millions of people. You understand? And we got to it. We had a great conversation. Shout out to everybody that joined the stage, had the conversation. Shout out to Sonny. Shout out to HJ, shout out to Crystal, shout out to everybody that came through. I was hoping that the Lucifer dude would have come through and hit us with his ancient 3,000-year-old communism ideology. But unfortunately, he didn't come through, but we had a great conversation. I wasn't proven wrong. My argument was sound, and I think the solution to, the issue that we talked about, because, you're not going to have a Hotep conversation without solutions being brought up, was that you have to go private again. You have to, trust your neighbor. You have to build community. You have to focus on the private institutions that you can build and you can create and you can operate and maintain and sustain. And that's honestly one of the reasons why I'm super happy to talk about tonight's topic, which of course is Black American institutions. So we're going to get into it. But yes, great topic, and great points were made. Sonny, funny enough, shout out to Sonny's Corner, Sirius XM, Patriot XM, I think. And if you guys know the actual like details of her channel and stuff like that, please put it in the chat and I will shout it out properly. However, Sonny was talking about this on her show before she hopped on Spaces, and she gave, a masterclass on, just the history of politics in this country, specifically as it pertains to Black Americans. But she kept it as macro as logically possible in her assertions. I agree 1,000%. I fielded some of my theories and some of my philosophies towards her. And not only did she agree, she corroborated it with her scholarship and her, knowledge and background. So shout out to Sonny. Great conversation. Same thing with HJ. HJ brought to our attention that a young lady out in England or something like that is like literally celebrating Lenin and the Bolsheviks and all this other stuff. So I was like, it's crazy. Young Black lady in England pushing it. Absolutely ridiculous. But, it's to be expected.
it's to be expected with these people, man. The ancestors spoke out vehemently against communism. They spoke out against governmental socialism. Now, when it comes down to private citizen socialism, group economics, cooperative economics, things like that, they were for that, obviously. They were masters of it. They are the reason why Black Americans were able to flourish the way that they did. And that is the reason why I go as hard as I do for the ancestors, our history, and our abilities in the current day. When it came down to hungry babies, when it came down to hungry families, families needing to make sure that they put food on the table, the community always stepped in, rooted in the church, rooted in their works to make sure that the community is doing well, surviving and thriving. And you didn't have to go to the government. As a matter of fact, the government would essentially do anything in it or everything in its power to stifle. So you knew you couldn't go to the government. So it made way more sense to rely on your church, rely on your neighbor, rely on your employer in certain cases, rely on your community. And that's exactly what the ancestors stood on. And that is the reason why here at Hotep History, we emulate the ancestors in all of the ways that we can, that are reasonable, obviously, that are feasible, obviously, and we want to make sure that we're carrying on that legacy of Black American advancement, man. So you definitely want to check out the episode, patreon.com/Hotep History. It's right here, as you can see. The link is right here. Patreon.com/Hotep History, making sure you guys are tapping in. Daily content being dropped every day. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you guys know this, you may be new here, but the reason why we have the topic that we have tonight is because on Patreon, the Patreon subscribers get to vote on the next topic for Hotep History Live. I want this to be as communal and as, welcoming as possible to people who have an affinity for Black American history like I do. We're here to spread knowledge. We're here to spread inspiration, motivation, and education. So that is what we're doing here. Let's check the chat. What's going on, chat? Talk to me, chat. How you guys doing tonight, man? I missed you guys. It's only been a couple days, but I missed you guys. And I did not forget, we're going to talk about Gilded Age Season 1. We're going to talk about Gilded Age Season 1. We might even talk about it tonight, to be totally honest. Let's see. Steph says Jets. That's what I'm talking about. Jet Life is in the chat. I appreciate fellow fans of Spitter and Jet Life music. I've been listening to it for the greater part of 20 years, if not already. Yeah, it's been 20 years. 2005 is when I first got in tune with Spitter, and I've been rocking with him ever since. So, we're going to get Spitter music a spin every episode. You dig me? Let's see what else we got. Crystal says, good evening to my fellow Hotep historian. Shout out to Crystal. All right. She sent me a link that I'm going to, react to in a little bit. Based on, our history and whatnot. She also says that Saturday was fire. Absolutely. I'm telling you, you guys do not want to miss these weekly conversations that we are having. You don't want to miss Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And you definitely don't want to miss Saturday, because you guys can then get on stage, be able to, give, your insight, what your theories are, what your philosophies are. And we sit around and pontificate upon Black American history using what we know, what we studied, the experiences of people before us, et cetera, et cetera. So you definitely want to come on through to the Hotep History podcast every Saturday at 2 p.m. on Twitter Spaces, okay? On Twitter Spaces. Come on through. A cat, Ankh, says Black Power always. Black Power, a cat, shout out to you. Always coming through. Sammy, what's going on, bro? Welcome. Always good to see the day ones always popping in. We got my three, Hotep and Bill. We got Heather, Hotep. Thank you for you guys coming through. Crystal says, nah, Sonny and HJ would have cooked Lou. Listen, man, he needs it. When people are walking around with these silly ass ideologies, the best way to confront these people is with the truth. Okay? The best way to confront these people is with knowledge. You dig? It's very, very important. Um, Here we go. Sammy says, this morning's history lesson on Tammany Hall in New York was great too from Sonny. Man, yo, I be so busy that I keep missing the Thunderdome. Shout out to Sonny and the Thunderdome. Amazing show. When I like Sonny gives a political and historical presentation that is literally heads and shoulders above anybody I've ever heard speak on the subjects together. Historical politics mixing with obviously contemporary politics. Nobody does it better than Sonny Johnson. Period. Point blank. Period. Point blank. She's so in depth in the things that she's saying. This is years and years and years of practice and scholarship at work whenever you hear her speak, whenever you hear her go off. I'm telling you, it's really hard for me personally to interject when Sonny is speaking because she doesn't waste words. She does not waste words. The things that she is saying, she means exactly what she is saying, and she says exactly what she means. And I appreciate the way that she approaches the subject of politics and history. There are too many people on the other side that are in the same side of the aisle, black conservatives who are just shills for the Republican Party and shills for political conservatism. And I'm glad that Sonny, with all of the lineage that she has in her family and all of the knowledge that she has when it comes down to politics and history, she does not mince words for political partisanship. She's going to call out people on the left. She's going to call out people on the right. And she's going to always keep it funky no matter what. And that's exactly what you need in climates like this, climates previous to ours, and climates moving forward. We need people who are not sycophants for political parties. And I appreciate Sonny Johnson for being as even-keeled and as being as consistent as she's always been since I got in tune with her years and years and years ago. So shout out to Sonny Johnson. You feel me? Check all of her things out. Thunderdome on Twitter, and of course Sonny's Corner on Sirius XM, man. So OPCMAL has the open book and the notebook emoji because we gonna get to it. We definitely gonna learn and read. Man. So today was great for me. Not gonna lie, today was great for me. I got a lot done. Felt very productive. Getting to it. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm just becoming more and more in sync with my workload and what I'm going to be doing when it comes to the show, the present and future of Hotep History and what I want to do as far as expanding the brand, building the brand, and making sure people are getting more and more aware of it. So yeah, but I did want to ask you guys a question since you guys are tapped in and you guys are fans of the show. How do you guys feel about like me like going on like TV and shit? Because I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think I've ever been on TV. I've been on like really viral platforms and stuff like that in the past. But I'm not really interested in playing the TV game or playing the mainstream media game. I feel like it's a bunch of convoluted lies. Most people are up there to push an agenda. And while I have an agenda, obviously, it flies in the face of mainstream thought. And while I would love to think that there are people who are going to break the mold and try to be somewhat critical in their thinking and their approach to the stuff that I talk about, I just know that the type of things that I talk about would be considered, will be considered things that shouldn't be talked about. The way that I frame the ancestors and the way that I push the narrative about our ancestors, you know what I'm saying? The ancestors, excuse me. I don't think that's allowed. I don't think that's allowed on mainstream television. I don't think that's allowed on TV at all. And there will never be a time where I'm going to, sacrifice that type of integrity of Hotep history for a bag or for a look, because the most important thing about Hotep history to me is the narrative and framing of the histories that I tell. The main reason, the main culprit that we see when it comes down to the inferiority complexes and the issues that we see about like just self-image, racial self-esteem, et cetera, is rooted in having those people's histories bastardized and weaponized against them. And I'm never going to be one of those people that they're going to use for that, ever at all. And so I want to give you guys a more specific instance. Now, it'll never really be the liberals, right? The liberals they're not attracted to, my message at all. You feel me? But in the conservative circles, there's this notion that, life was just like peachy keen for Black Americans before the civil rights era. And because I boast and brag about the achievements, accolades, and triumphs of the ancestors, in the 19th century going into the 20th century and stuff like that, I don't want my message to be misconstrued that there was no oppression or there was no discrimination or racism. I want the narrative to be that in spite of all of those things that are very real, very tangible, and affecting, that our ancestors still pushed through and made it happen. That's my narrative. Not that, oh, everything was just so much better in 1930 and 1940 and all this other shit, because that's not the agenda that I'm talking about. I am proud of our, early 20th century culture, our economics, our spirituality, and, all of the things that we talk about, education, and, those types of dope things. But I'm not going to deny the hell that the ancestors went through to even achieve those things. Because the truth of the matter is that without those impediments, without the government, without, all of these stupid ass unconstitutional actions against Black Americans will be so much better. And so you can't be one of those people where it's like, oh, black people, culture, thug, ghetto, and put all of the onus on Black Americans and then act like the government didn't do what they did and then still be the people who are for limited government. That does not compute to me. That's absolutely contradictory and hypocritical. And I've seen that. I've seen that in conservative circles where, because of your strength, because of your ability, because of your pride, because of how you view yourself and you view your ancestors, that should automatically just disqualify the hell that the ancestors went through. And I'm never going to do that. So when we went over that video with the Myron dude arguing with the Black college kid about how life was better for Black Americans in the 40s and stuff like that, Black culture, Black Americans taking care of themselves, Black Americans helping themselves, Black Americans being self-sufficient and all that other stuff is mutually exclusive to the bullshit that the government was putting on to Black Americans. So you are not going to sit here and try to make it seem like nothing happened to Black Americans. That's absolute bullshit, because if nothing happened to Black Americans, you wouldn't even be having that debate with that young man. Now, would you? And that's the denial, the cognitive dissonance, and the hypocrisy that I won't get behind at all. So, you guys use the model citizen, the model immigrant model and all this other stuff to be able to, talk down on Black Americans and shit like that. And then you want your Black lapdogs and shit to echo and parrot your sentiments and shit. And they don't want to hold the government accountable for what they did to Black Americans, while also saying that they're against the government, while also saying that the government is trying to hunt them down, while also saying that the government and small hats and all this other stuff are ruining the world and all this other stuff. There's no way that you can tell Black Americans to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, while also then saying that the FBI, the CIA, the three-letter agencies, the government, and everybody else is conspiring against you because you're conservative, straight, and male. Absolutely not. If they are able to do it to conservatives in the 21st century, if they're able to dox you, if they're able to do all of the tyrannical things that we've been seeing the government doing in the 21st century, I don't know why you don't think this would still apply to the 19th century, in the 20th century, especially when this is the same government that enslaved the people that you're telling to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. And I am not going to participate in that. I'm not. So that's how I look at it. Like, from what I've seen, outside of a few, outliers, shout out to my bro HJ, doing, I think his name is like Gutfeld or something like that. He hold it down. He don't be up there soft shoeing or nothing like that. But it's more about them using my pride and using my dignity and integrity in not only myself but the ancestors against other Black Americans, using my voice as a weapon against Black Americans. If my main thing is to be able to, combat and attack the false narratives and the inferiority complexes and all of this other stuff that's been, waged against Black Americans, I'm for damn sure not going to be one of the voices like, well, Hotep Doob said, you motherfuckers need to pull yourselves up by the bootstraps because in 1932, Black people were doing this and they were doing that. It's like, no, that's not what I said. So I just wanted to know how y'all felt about it. Sammy says, Aket says, just don't sell your soul. That's it. You already know. That's number one. That's never going to happen. I value my soul so much. I value that above everything else. Everything else. So could never sell it. Sammy says, I think you probably get canceled like Sonny. But I don't think you should pass up the opportunity. You can stand tall in Black American history and give insights to our lives today. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And so as long as that I'm able to get the runway that I'm supposed to get to be able to speak and make myself very clear, and it's not edited to oblivion to try to make me look out to be this anti-Black person, because my pride in being Black American is what fuels all of this. My pride in the ancestors and where we come from fuels all of this. Their resilience, right? Their determination, their ambition, their fearlessness is the reason why I have the confidence in the scholarship that I have. A lot of it, when it comes down to my grannies and the elders in my family, that's where I got my confidence from. My ability to, make money and be able to take care of myself and all of that was based upon all of the teachings that I got from people who looked like me, loved me, and wanted to make sure that I would do well in life. Those people mean a lot to me, and I'm not going to besmirch them just because I'm going through something. You know what I'm saying? And so it's important to me that people understand just the real gravity of it. You dig? So yeah, that was something I wanted to ask y'all, man. I wanted to ask y'all because I was just thinking like, yo, if the opportunity, presents itself, should I be open to it, or should I just be like, nah, man, I'm cool. I've turned down, not TV, but I've turned down speaking engagements and, opportunities to speak just throughout my years of doing this shit more than once. Like, telling people no, I don't want to do that shit is like super easy. You know what I'm saying? There's certain people that ask me to host a space with them or, do spaces with them and stuff like that, and I've just declined. I wasn't interested. I've seen it before. I remember I got paid to do a space once. I got paid to do a space, and it wasn't a huge turnout or whatever. I think it was a couple dozen people. It was like, 20 to 30 people in there or whatnot. And while my sentiments were my sentiments, y'all know how I represent, it was also used, like I said, like it was on some like, yo, Hotep Dubes. It was presented to me first, initially, like, yo, I just want to hear you, talk history. You do an amazing job and stuff like that. And I saw it kind of, devolve into like using my scholarship against their haters. Like, and I was just like, well, no, I don't want to be a party to that, because like their haters were Black Americans. And so it's just like, I would rather do my best to motivate, educate, and inspire those people than to like, use that same scholarship to harm them, if you get what I'm saying. So just like I said, I'm just cognizant of that type of stuff. You know, I've had situations, like I said, where my sentiments have been not used necessarily against me, but used against the things that I stood for, and I didn't like that. Like I legitimately did not like that. And so yeah, man. Um, but yeah, to Sammy's point though, being canceled, I like honestly, I wear that type of stuff as a badge. I want y'all to know this. Because of who I am, how I behave, and how I look at particular things, I've accepted long ago that my approach to Black America, being Black American, and the things that I say, the things that I do are not very popular in general. You feel me? And even among, other Black Americans. Now, of course, on paper, anybody reading the things that I stand on will be like, oh yeah, I totally agree with that. But how I get to that end, the ideology that I have that got me to that conclusion, that a lot of them don't agree with it. Like, I want y'all to know this right now. It's like, while it may feel like, oh nah, this nigga Hotep be doing his thing, primary sources, scholarship on, on a beam and all of that other stuff, you have people who have dedicated their studies and their scholarship to speaking directly against what I am saying. You feel me? I'm not a credentialed scholar in any shape or form. There are people with quote unquote degrees in African American history and degrees, in history and stuff like that. And because they are, mainstream historians and stuff like that, like their entire outlook on Black American history is completely opposite to mine. And so those are going to be the stories that make it into the institutions and make it into the classrooms and make it, on the TV and movies and stuff like that. So when I come out and say, yo, Black Americans were shooting KKK members routinely, you'll have people who swear up and down that they have a knowledge in history and tell me that I'm lying. I tell y'all all of the time about how I will Google something that I am reading, actively reading, something like a Black American wrote this down in 1898 or 1905 or something like that, and I go to Google it, and Google is like, yo, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. As a matter of fact, it didn't exist. You know how many times Google has told me the things that I'm actively reading don't exist? So when it comes down to this type of stuff, you have to understand that I'm going to forever be unpopular as far as the mainstream goes. And I welcome that. I welcome that. I don't want to be accepted by people that I actually wouldn't align with, and have those people have enough sway inside of my audience to, cause a proverbial coup. You know what I'm saying, if you will. So for me, being canceled, being, on the quote unquote fringes or being unpopular are things that I actually wear as a badge. I don't expect to be accepted by the mainstream. I don't want to be accepted by the mainstream. I am, to me, in my own personal way, it's just like, I understand who the true enemy is and what the true enemy is. And the true enemy are going to be rooted in our government. The true enemy is going to be, capitalizing on sickness, death, uneducated, ignorant people, poverty. Like, they profit off all of these things. And so I will not, be a party to that type of, shit. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like because I live in America, there's 330 million people. If I had 1% of that, 1%, 3 million people in my lifetime that fuck with my movement, that fuck with what I do, I'll be totally cool. 0.5%. You know what I'm saying? 1.5 million people. That means I made a difference while I was here. And I don't need to be on CNN. I don't need to be on Fox. I don't need to be on any of these channels. Like, I'm cool on that. You feel me? Like, being canceled, it just lets me know how authentic I am, because the enemy is absolutely artificial and manufactured. The enemy wants you to be selfish, so you should be selfless. The enemy wants you to be individualistic, so you should link up with people that, that, you know, have similar interests and view the world that like in the same ways that you view it. The enemy wants you to, you know, have no family, so you should have the biggest family possible. The enemy wants you to be poor and distraught and uneducated, so you need to be able to build wealth, health, prosperity for yourself at the max levels, running on all cylinders, because at that point, now you're being a real revolutionary. Now you're actually flying in the face of the prescription of your enemy. That is what revolution means. That you're opposing the prescription that your enemy has given you for the way you should be living your life. And too many people have fallen into the trap of, yo, I'm going to defy the government by doing exactly what the enemy wants me to do. You fall right into their heads, you fall right into their trap, and then you look up, you got a felony, you're living in poverty, you're not living the life that you actually want to live. You have a very low quality life. And you called yourself being a revolutionary. You called yourself bucking the system. And all it did was have you dig your heels further and further into being in the system. And I'm not even talking about like being off the grid or no shit like that. I'm just talking about you actually dictating your life. You. Because when you sitting there trying to, you know, fight the power and giving, you know, the government all of your time, all of your attention, all of your effort to try to topple it or try to dismantle it and stuff like that, you've totally neglected your own life. And then you'll look up one day, you're 55 years old, 60 years old. You didn't build any wealth for yourself. You didn't build any health really for yourself. You ate all of the things the government wanted you to eat. You said all of the things that the government wanted you to say. You did all of these different things and thinking that you were being revolutionary, but the government wanted you to behave that way. And that's the reason why when it comes down to, your Darren Seals is right. Those type of guys, they don't want them doing that type of shit. They don't want them taking their political, positions in this country and their rights as American citizens seriously. You feel me? They want you to just go along to get along. They want you, even if you're quote unquote protesting or, bucking against the system, they've accounted for that. They've accounted for that. The agents that they deploy into the streets, whether it be local police, state police, or military police, they already know that you are angry, that you are upset, that you have been spending all day long watching TV, getting yourself even more worked up emotionally. You have done nothing to actually advance your own personal life. You haven't done anything to accomplish anything that would make you and your family and your community actually better off. No. You're protesting and burning your own neighborhood down. That's exactly what the enemy wants. You're protesting going to school or getting an education because you think that's the system and all this other shit, and then you don't even do independent research outside of the crackpot conspiracy bullshits that even if you had the ear of 330 million people wouldn't change a thing. Do y'all remember when we were younger and that whole Roswell shit and Area 51 and all of that shit? How many times has the government now told the world, hey, yo, there's aliens? Nobody gave a fuck. All throughout the 50s, motherfuckers was losing their mind. Like, yo, if there was intelligent life on another planet and all this other shit, that's where Star Trek and all of that shit even comes from. The Final Frontier, all of that shit. You feel me? Because they thought, like, America wouldn't be able to, quote, unquote, handle it and shit like that. And then motherfuckers told them that aliens exist. We got an asteroid coming towards fucking Earth and all this other shit. And motherfuckers went about their day. Nobody stopped in their tracks. So all of the 10-4 shit that you have focused the last however many decades of your life on, then you didn't gain anything in the real world to be able to pass down to your descendants. That's exactly what the government wanted you to do. Go ahead and focus on how NASA's not real. Go ahead and focus on how the moon landing was fake and shit like that. That's why we did it. We wanted you to stay preoccupied with the shit that we doing, knowing damn well you're not going to be able to stop it, and then you just totally neglect yourself. And when you neglect yourself, you effectively neglect everything subsequently about you, and that includes your household, your husband or wife, your children, your community, and everything else, because you so focused on how this corrupt regime is doing all of this nefarious shit behind the fucking scenes and shit like that. Reptiles actually are our presidents and our political leaders and shit like that. Like all of these different conspiracies is like, dog, you're still broke. Dog, like you still haven't advanced your life. And so while you can, talk to me about how motherfuckers is walking reptiles and, the fucking Denver airport and shit like that, bro, like I'm telling you, unless you're about to monetize that shit and sell it or something like that, bro, you're not doing anything to actually help yourself. And I'm telling you, I've seen people do it. They look up, they 35, 45, 55 years old and have accomplished nothing. They got all of the conspiracies for you. They can tell you about how every president is related and all this other shit, except Trump, I guess, and all of this other shit, the Rothschilds and all of this other shit. And they, like, you have done nothing. The Rothschilds, all of these people that you talk about in the conspiracies, they have been living their lives, being however corrupt or whatever it is that as they choose, while you lived in squalor your whole life, despite the clear evidence that you didn't have to do that. Very clear that you did not have to dedicate your life to fucking finding conspiracy theories. At least Alex Jones got rich when he did it. You feel me? The Ian Carroll dude, he at least monetized his page and got some money from it. So while he can talk about Israel, and all of this other stuff, at least they're doing something to enrich their personal lives. But you got people doing it just for the love of the game or the hate of the game, if you're being honest. You feel me? That's what the old heads used to say, right? You know what I'm saying? Don't hate the player, hate the game and all that other shit. These motherfuckers is doing it for the hate of the game. Let's see. Let's check the chat. Let's see. Steph says Hoteps can't be canceled. That's a fact. I will take it a step further and say that you can't be canceled if, one, you meant with everything that you fucking said and didn't apologize, and two, if you just simply don't give a fuck. You know how many times I've been pushing Hotep for 10 years. I've been Hotep, card carrying Hotep for 10 years, president of Hotep for 10 years. Do you know how many people have bombarded my mentions and called me all types of names based upon my takes, based upon my content, based upon the things that I put on the timeline? I've been doing this for a very long time. Look at my header. Look at my header. Let me show y'all. Can I click the header? This is when I got banned. Okay. Shout out to my man Duke Lucas. He says Twitter is missing that Doe Dubes energy. You gotta understand, my reputation preceded me while I was on this motherfucking timeline. And I wouldn't call myself a timeline terrorist or none of that shit, but I was really out here talking that shit, and Black Twitter hated my guts. Hated my guts. And so I've been through all of that shit. Motherfuckers calling me every type of name in the book and shit like that. That didn't bother me at all. It only strengthened me and only emboldened me to do it more. It only emboldened me to do it more because I knew that I was speaking correctly, that I knew that I wasn't lying or making no shit up. I was really talking that real. And when you're talking that real, motherfuckers get uncomfortable every single time. You dig? And I'm not above being wrong. I've been wrong in my takes. You feel me? But I'm definitely batting like 98%. You know what I'm saying? I'm really cooking at a real high clip here because I just repeat what the ancestors told me. Now I'll put my little spin on it, interpret it my way because I'm a cool dude. You feel me? I'm able to reenact it, give, dialogue and things like that. We don't really have the dialogue, but as far as like when it comes down to the sentiment, the actual message of what the ancestors stood on, that's what I'm repeating. And so I don't care. The people who say all of this stuff, it's like, yo, dog, I wasn't trying to gain favor from you people. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, how you can be cancel proof. When you know the people that are canceling you never were fans of you in the first place, the people that are trying to cancel you really just prey on well, not even prey like as, like a predator would prey, but like a person who was actively asking for or looking for or seeking your destruction. Like these people always wanted you to fail. Very rarely is it somebody being like, yo, I understand the nuance. I really understand and respect what you got going on, but I can't support based upon X, Y, and Z. That's a little bit more respectful, to be honest. I'm still gonna give a fuck. I'm not gonna give a fuck, but at the very least, you can at least say, no, I was a fan of him, and now I'm no longer a fan, which is cool. But like as far as the mob goes, bro, man, 90% of these people never even heard of you. They just seen the content that they're responding to and they're mad off of that. They don't know any of the work that you've done. Think about all the times motherfuckers tried to cancel King Randall. He's literally like helping young black boys in his neighborhood, but because he worded a tweet a particular way, you got the lynch mob, you feel me? With their pitchforks and torches and shit like that in his mentions. And in that moment, they will want nothing more than for him to fail, for his page to be deactivated, for a school to be closed down, for him to just close up shop, give up, lie in the fetal position, and die. That's what they want. And it's like, yo, dog, y'all was never fucking with me in the first place. Rick Sanchez, shout out to Rick and Morty. Rick said, I don't care about your boos because I've seen what you've cheered. I've seen the things that make you cheer. So you booing me, and then I go to your page, and it's nothing but debauchery and degeneracy. It's nothing but backward ideology, political or otherwise. You have a whole bunch of people just being retweeted on your timeline saying a bunch of stupid shit. So you booing me means nothing. You're actually the person that I'm talking against. Like you're actually the antithesis of the things that I'm saying. So you not fucking with it only just reaffirms what the fuck I've been saying. If I'm sitting here saying a bunch of anti-degenerate shit and then a degenerate says, yo, fuck you, it's like, well, yeah. Like, duh. You feel me? And so it's like when it comes down to that shit, like y'all, not y'all obviously, but these people who don't like my message or who don't like my methods or anything like that, like, yeah, duh, I expect it. I'm not tripping over that. Because please believe, the people that I be seeing on the timeline and shit like that, I'm against that shit. I don't believe in that shit. I don't agree with that shit. Now, I'm never going to be a part of no mob and shit like that against, somebody who I disagree with unless that person personally affronted me. You feel me? Every dog gonna have their day. I've had several goddamn days, so it is what it is. But like, yeah, son, like when it comes down to this, trust and believe. You can never be canceled if you don't give a fuck about the people trying to cancel you. And that's what people be having an issue with. These people, mainly like the white liberal types and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They want they virtue signal on all of these different things, and then everything is offensive, right? These people are operating on everything being offensive, and when everything is offensive, you are just one post, one comment, one blurb, and whatever you said away from being quote-unquote canceled because you've created an environment and a community of a bunch of overly sensitive motherfuckers who don't like when other motherfuckers speak. And definitely don't like when other motherfuckers speak about things or say things that they don't agree with. So now you got a bunch of people, hundreds of people, thousands of people in your fucking replies or in your mentions or in your comments telling you that, yo, we ain't fucking with you no more, or we don't ever fuck with you, die, and all this other silly shit. But it's just like, you created that environment. I mean, now you got to fall to the mob. You got to apologize to them. You feel me? Shit, something I'll give you a perfect example of something that I don't even necessarily agree with, but I wouldn't have folded. What's the bodybuilder dude that be calling out bad behavior in the gym? Something swole. Joey swole, something like that. He had that whole situation with the Hulk Hogan tribute. Hulk Hogan was one of his fucking heroes, you can tell. Since a little boy, he had nothing but love and respect and admiration for Hulk Hogan. You feel me? And he dressed up like him for Halloween or something like that before Hulk Hogan died and all of that other stuff. And so when he died, of course, he's, doing whatever you would consider mourning him and shit like that. And he paid tribute to Hulk Hogan, and his following was like, oh, Hulk Hogan, he was a racist. He was this, that, and the third. And at first, he was like, yo, dog, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Well, he said he didn't know. But anyway, he said, yo, listen, y'all not about to come for me. I support Hulk Hogan, rest in peace, da-da-da-da-da. And then, I don't know who he talked to. I don't know if it was just the overwhelming nature of the comments, because I think that he thought that if he responded that way initially, that people would let it go. But then he's seen that actually like kicked the beehive even more, and now they're gonna kick it into high gear because you double down, right? Now, if you a G, you let them squawk, because these people are fucking like, they're like that dog in Up, squirrel. Like that's how they are. They have the you know, the attention span of a motherfucking goldfish, right? So all you got to do is just wait them out. You know, accept your unfollows, your unsubs, all that other shit. Shake the tree and keep it fucking moving. But he didn't do that. He fell to the mob, apologized, said he would never do it again. He didn't know about all of this stuff when it comes to Hulk Hogan, and I don't believe that whatsoever. But he started to see those numbers dropping. He started to see nothing but negative comments. And when it comes down to people who have brittle spirits, it seems like there's no end in sight. Like this is always going to keep going. And I've been around on this app specifically, the internet in general, but on this app specifically, where I've seen people have entire smear campaigns. I'm talking about they are attacking. These shits look organized. They look concerted. That's how, forceful it was. And those same people who stood on all of these things that they hated about, X person, somebody else does something, Y person, does something, and now they on to the next thing. They totally forgot about X. But X already apologized, begged for forgiveness, and they never gave a fuck in the first place. It wasn't even about apologies, dog. It was never about apologies. It was always about humiliating you. It was always about you humiliating yourself. It was always about you making a fool of yourself. That's what smear campaigns are. They wanted you to, feel embarrassed because they disagree with you. And I have never satisfied the mob in that way. As a matter of fact, I turn it on its ear and I get all of the satisfaction by making these motherfuckers even madder for doubling and tripling down. Doubling and tripling down. These motherfuckers be so mad at me, chat. And I don't even know who they are. There's motherfuckers out there with whole opinions about me, dog, and I've never interacted with them, which is totally fine. I get it. Because, I'm not a hypocrite. There are people who I've never interacted with who watch this show and love what I do, and they probably say great things about me, and I never met them. So it's not about even the fact that we've never, interacted or nothing like that. It's the fact that there's an entire lore in that person's head. And I've read it. I've read people being like, yeah, that Doe Dubes nigga, that Hotep Dubes nigga, he do this, he did that, he sold soap, they got my whole shit. And then, of course, they put their little spin on it, their own interpretation of what I did or why I did it. That I was tap dancing for white conservatives and all this other silly shit. But it's just like, yo, dog. Not only are you inaccurate, I never cared for you to be a part of my community whatsoever. I would never want to have community with somebody who would even interpret that about me. I don't change my behavior whatsoever. Anything that I ever did, you feel me? And I was genuinely wrong about, I apologize about it. And it has nothing about to do with the mob. I'll give you an example of that. I had posted a clip of two black actors kissing, right? A black woman, black man kissing. And I said that this was the first black American film. Somebody in my mention said, yo, that's inaccurate. That's not true. Now, they said it a little bit ruder than that, right? But it wasn't true. That was not the first black film. As a matter of fact, that film wasn't even created by a black person. It was created by a white person and just starred black people. So you know what I did? I deleted it, didn't even respond to them. I just deleted the tweet because it was inaccurate. It was wrong. And then I said, yo, I don't care that it made you guys feel good or whatever, that I said this is the first black film, and it was two black people kissing and it was supposed to be a positive imagery and shit. The way I told you this film was, the narrative that I put around this film was incorrect. It was wrong. And I'm not going to have that on my profile. And so that's what I said. I said, yo, that tweet, I deleted it. It was inaccurate. That's it. It wasn't because of the mob. It was because of the fact that it was untrue. But if it was just like, if it was true and they just didn't like the framing of it or the way I presented it, I don't give a fuck. But when things are objectively wrong, yeah, I'm going to correct it because I'm a human being. You know what I'm saying? With a conscience and integrity. And so That's the reason why, one of the main things that I say, one of my little catchphrases is that, I never have to lie on the ancestors, and I'm never going to do that. I don't have to. I read today, and hopefully I can find it again, but I was knee deep in the archives, right? Knee deep in the archive trenches. Now I was reading this story about how this white dude robbed a black bank and how he got caught and shit like that. And that story was crazy. So these crazy ass stories, like that shit was printed in the newspaper. I do not have to make shit up when it comes down to the ancestors. You feel me? So yeah. But I say all of that to say, I got to give my little monologue off, my first hour monologue. You feel me? But we do have a great show lined up for you guys tonight. Tonight is all about Black American institutions. I do want you guys to be more involved, so the phone lines are going to be opening in just a little bit. So make sure you guys call in. I'll put the number in the chat. 702-483-1566. You feel me? Call on in. Want to hear you guys. But let's check the chat. Let's see. A cat says, congratulations. Do what you feel that is best for your growth. I am proud of you either way. Thank you so much. Sammy says, that's true. Cancel basically means stamped these days. That's a fact. That's a fact. Steph says, facts. I live to be canceled. You goddamn right, Steph. Sammy says, dudes be having all of the BTS fact checkers stumped. Could imagine this guy and Joe Rogan. They wouldn't know what to do. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I think Joe Rogan would be the only, like, that'd be the closest to mainstream that I would get. You feel me? That'll be the closest to mainstream that I would get. Sitting down with Joe Rogan and boasting and bragging about the ancestors. You feel me? That seems like my bag. That's something that I would enjoy for sure. You know what I mean? My man HJ went up there, held it down for the ancestors. You feel me? And so I do think that's I think that's a good thing for sure. You know what I mean? Let's see. Vincent, what's good, Vinny? What's going on, Vincent? Let's see. Ricky B says Hotep and Bill. Hotep, Ricky. He says, I'm working on getting more like y'all on the history stuff. Thanks again for all you do. Yeah, Ricky, tap in with me, man. Tap in with me, Ricky. DM me. My page is on the screen. Go to my page, DM me and see what you got, man. And see if we can see if I can help you out. All right. And that's another thing too. If you guys who are really into history and stuff like that, I do offer my services out to you guys. I do research, you know what I'm saying? So if you guys, want me to, dig into the archives and look certain things up, I'll be happy to. Just DM me. We'll talk rates and stuff like that in the DM. I would love the research for you. I had a young man ask me to research the Negro Leagues, and we got to some great stuff. The Negro World Series, different games and stuff like that. There was some crazy shit that was happening at the baseball games. Super fire shit. So yeah, it was a nice PDF that I crafted for him, sent it to him. He enjoyed it. So yeah, I definitely do independent research for people. So if you're into that type of stuff, please shout me a holler down, man. shout me out. Let's see. Vincent says you don't know these people in real life. That's why I be trying to tell them, Vincent. They don't even be come on, man. Vincent says you could admire the character that Terry played. What did I say about that? You gotta give me a little bit more context, Vincent. I'll be running my mouth up here. All right. I think that's the chat. So yeah, so welcome Ricky B, man. I'm glad that you're enjoying the content and you're enjoying the history and stuff like that. I tell y'all all of the time, we here, man. We here Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 6:30. We always have something to talk about. Always. I ain't gonna front. I could freestyle for 6 hours. That's how much knowledge that I haven't shared yet. Yeah, I'll be repeating some things, but I can legitimately go and just talk to you guys for hours and hours and hours about the ancestors. I remember we was at Hotep Con at the cookout, and I was sitting there drinking my drink, smoking my spliff. Just it sounded like the stream. You feel me? It sounded like the stream. And I was sitting there like, yeah, you know, Black Americans in 1910, they built this and that. And everybody was just standing there looking at me like, he going in. It's like, so I really live it. So make sure you guys are subscribing to the Patreon, patreon.com/Hotep History. I got some great stuff coming this week. Great documentaries coming this week. You feel me? Oh, Vincent. Yes. Vincent says Hulk Hogan, dudes. His real name was Terry. Oh, got you. Yeah. I don't even. Yeah, that's right. I did know, but I did not remember that his name was Terry. That's a fact. Shout out to Vincent, man. So you already know it's 7:30, so it's time to get to the bookmarks. I was on the timeline, ladies and gentlemen. I was on the timeline. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I was scrolling. I was just seeing a whole bunch of cool shit that I was like, oh, we got to talk about this. I got to talk about this. Look at this. We was going through it. So, first up, we getting a lot of gun content, okay? I told y'all that I was going to be getting a lot more gun content just based upon the interactions with the previous posts and stuff like that. So, I knew we were going to get some gun content. Y'all know I'm a big gun nut, pause. And so this is going to be a part of the show, okay? I'm more than sure there's going to be some type of gun video at the top of the show. So this was a new innovation in suppressors and firearms, and I want you guys to take a look at this. Let's take a look.
ATF hates this gun. Here's why. This is the world's quietest suppressed pistol. This Glock is unique that it has a switch. This switch, when pushed in the down position, locks the slide, so no gas or sound is going to escape from the chamber. That's very unique in a pistol. This is not a normal suppressor. It actually does not have baffles, but it's filled with a whole bunch of plastic, rubber, wax type things that keep all the gases and the sound inside of the tube. I'll shoot one round off into the distance. This thing should be incredibly quiet. That's crazy.
Dog, did y'all hear that? Or better yet, did y'all not hear that? Look, yo, listen to this shit again, son. That was crazy. Let's go back some more. Listen, yo, that was so nuts.
This thing should be incredibly quiet.
Dog, that was nothing. That was a creaky floor is louder than that. You dropping a spoon on the floor is louder than that, fam. You cracking your knuckles is louder than that. That was crazy. Let's listen again.
Quiet.
Dog, it sounds empty. Like, it sounds like he didn't shoot anything at all. My goodness. Anita.
That's crazy. Dude, this should be illegal.
Here they go. See, I hate that. As an anti-government motherfucker, I be hating when motherfuckers, I can't believe this is free. This should be illegal. No, it shouldn't. This is fire. Hold on, we got to watch that one more time before we move on to the next one. That was crazy.
Off into the distance, this thing should be incredibly quiet. That's crazy. This should be illegal.
I'm not going to hold you. Even the recoil seems to be suppressed as well. Like, the gun barely moves. Look at that. That is incredible. I need it. Somebody find it. Somebody Google this. This is incredible. Gotta watch it one more time, and then we out of here.
That's crazy. One round off into the distance. This thing should be incredibly quiet. That's crazy.
Could you imagine that?
Dude.
Could you imagine that, son? Like, you got that shit in your hand. A motherfucker try to do you bad. You feel me? A motherfucker try to do you bad. And all you hear is, that's all you hear is, and that motherfucker shot. Like, what? Crystal says, still got to register that suppressor, though, unless they come off the list. I refuse to own one. Yeah, I heard that. I heard you got to register that shit. That's so whack. Man. The founding fathers they wanted us to own bazookas and shit, boy. I'm trying to tell y'all though. The founding fathers knew that we needed to have all of the artillery, all of it. We needed to have all of it. And so the fact that we gotta register this type of shit, that shit is whack. But I ain't gonna hold you, son. Even though I'm anti the registration shit, being able to own that shit would low key be worth it. Give me my conservative lesson, Crystal. Why would if I buy this and register it? What's the the downside to it? Obviously, the government knows that I have it, so that's gonna be the major downside. But would I not be able to use it? You feel me? Like, let me know. Sammy says, funny enough, suppressors are actually pretty loud. This is a real life what Hollywood makes silencers sound like. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I am not gonna lie about that, Sammy boy. Listen, my whole life, it was pew, 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 like that. You know, they always use that same silencer noise since I was a small child. It was always pew, pew, pew. Man, I heard a firearm be shot with a suppressor on it, man. That shit was loud as hell. I'm like, dog, this ain't... Because, you know, you'll have a scene in a movie where a motherfucker sneak in the crib. At night, everybody sleep. They walk up and, put the pillow over the person's head and then put two in the person's face with the silencer or whatever. And nobody, even the person sitting next to them or laying next to them, don't even wake up. Nobody in the next room wakes up because it's just pew, pew. That's it. And this is like in actuality, this is some of the loudest shit that you'll do with your firearm with that so-called suppressor on. This suppressor actually is quiet. Absolutely. Incredible piece of machinery right there. Definitely. Yo, I cannot wait to get my collection on. I ain't about to talk too deep about it here because I already know the government is, like I told y'all, the federal government got a dossier on me. I already know the FBI watching my shit. What's up? My assigned Fed. Hope you're enjoying tonight's stream. My Fed, I ain't gonna lie, my Fed don't do much. I think that because I really just, like, he sees or she sees that I'm really just on some history shit, I think that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? I think that's just what it is. They just like, oh, he boring. But he's still Hotep, and this motherfucker has said some shit in the past. So my Fed, he be bored throughout the day. He be bored. They just call my phone and shit like that from weird ass numbers. I got a call from Utah today. Like, what? Come on. Crystal says, send me the name of that suppressor. Let me see if they say it in the video. Hold on. Let me see if they say it in the video.
So the ATF hates this gun, here's why. This is the world's quietest suppressed pistol. This Glock is unique that it has a switch. This switch, when pushed in the down position, locks the slide, so no gas or sound is going to escape from the chamber. That's very unique in a pistol.
I don't know if the B&T logo was going to help you there, Crystal, but it doesn't seem like he says it.
This is not a normal suppressor. It actually does not have baffles, but it's filled with a whole bunch of plastic, rubber, wax type things that keep all the gases and the sound inside of the tube. I'll shoot one round off into the distance. This thing should be incredibly quiet. That's crazy. Dude, this should be illegal.
It's literally
no, it shouldn't.
Yeah. So the ATF hates this gun. Here's why. This is the world's quietest suppressed pistol.
I ain't gonna lie, and I think it's the whole gun. That's what it's seeming like to me. I mean, it's a Glock or whatever, but I think because of the mechanism on top of the slide, you need to have all of that involved. So the only thing that I could, as far as context clues there, Crystal, would be the B&T logo. So I guess search that. So yeah, that like, I was like, oh hell yeah, I need that for sure. So yeah, what else we got on the docket? Oh yeah, oh man. Let's see. Christopher says, you don't have to talk about your collections. Dexter didn't post or talk about what he was doing, and they still ran up in his house. That shit is so fucking crazy. Man. Free Dexter Taylor, man. No, I learned about his story a while ago, man. What's my man with the safe, Crystal? I know you follow him. The man with the safe, dark-skinned dude. And he got all of the guns and shit like that. I know you know who he is. You feel me? And he had put me on, and then you had put me on. The guy who used to help me with Hotep History videos, from Dallas, he told me about Dexter too. So his story is definitely getting out there, man. If you guys don't know, Dexter Taylor was unlawfully and unconstitutionally arrested for possessing a firearm that he legally owned, and he has been in jail or prison ever since. And his people, his supporters, and his family have been doing everything they can to petition to get him out of prison. So yeah, it's definitely free Dexter Taylor till it's backwards. Carl, yes, Crystal, Carl, that's his name. Super cool dude. So yeah, free Dexter Taylor. You know what I'm saying? For sure. So next up, we have this wholesome piece of content, man. Oh man, it warmed my heart to watch it. So you gonna watch it and have your heart warmed too. Come on.
What's up, Mom?
What's up, Bo? What's going on?
Nada.
Huh?
I said nada. What you painting?
Trying to paint some little people in.
Well, what you
Can
finishing?
you see it?
Mhm.
Well, it's called a village. See, when I get lonely in my other paintings in the other houses, I come to my village.
Oh man, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. This is so sweet. I love videos like this, man. I have an immense respect, admiration, reverence, love, and affinity and affection for our elders, especially our senior elders. And to just to see this woman paint this beautiful painting, and then be able to interpret her art the way she has, to what she talks about, like, if I'm lonely here, I can, in my house and stuff like that, or with the other paintings, I can go to, another painting, and this is my village and stuff like that. And it just gives you a glimpse inside the minds of the elders, and then by way of the ancestors. I mean, you think about her parents and her parents' parents, right? Those would more than likely be considered ancestors, and you can't divorce yourself from where you come from, no matter how hard you try. One of the more profound things that I learned when I was a younger person, and my late teens going into my 20s, was that girls are born with all of their eggs, right? So they're essentially born with all of their children inside of them. And so when you look at this video here, you got to understand that her mother and her mother's mother, all of the stuff like that, it was already written for them to be here. And just to see what her mind looks like. Whenever you see somebody's visual art, you're getting a glimpse inside of their mind. And this painting here, it's tranquil, it's peaceful, it's surrounded by nature, people. It's a community, it's a village. This is a look inside of this elder's mind, and she's clearly at peace in her mind. She's clearly painting peaceful motifs and portraits, based upon what her mind looks like. And that's why when it comes down to like some of that contemporary art we be seeing, and it shit be looking demonic half the damn time, or you got somebody like pouring over buckets of dirt, or just throwing a bucket of paint on the floor, on the wall, and it has no soul in their art. That's because that you're taking a look inside that person's mind. And so this video just speaks to that. You feel me?
Nice.
It's a happy place.
Okay.
All my places are happy places.
You hear that? All her places are happy places. See, yeah, I'm a rant. All her places are happy places. This woman may be 60, 70, 80 years old. And when it comes down to the eras of American history that she's lived through, people will use her generation and saying, "Oh, my grandmother was born at this year. Look at all of the racism. This racism is so fresh and so late. You know, as far as like just the latest stuff. You know, my mother was born in the '60s, and look at the racism that was happening in the '60s. It's just like, yeah, fam, that's just simple fucking math. That's how it is. You take 2025 and subtract it, you know, by however many years, and you get a particular date, bro. That's how math works. But all of her places are happy places. So while you can conceptualize the era or the timeline that she lived or the life, you know, span that she lived and reduce it to just a bunch of oppression, discrimination, racism, tyranny, et cetera, her mind looks like this. Her mind looks like this. This is what her mind looks like. The mind of a woman who's gone through Jim Crow, the mind of a woman who's gone through segregation, the mind of a woman who went through all of the things that you guys love complaining about, painted this. And not only did she paint this, she doubles down on her interpretation of why she painted it, triples down on her interpretation of how her mind works altogether. It says all of my places are happy places. But you, not even going through a single fraction of what this woman is going through as far as the government is concerned, as far as racism is concerned, hate the world so much. You thrive off of negative thinking. You thrive off of self-sabotage. You thrive off of blaming the next person. You thrive off of being inherently and perpetually negative, pessimistic, cynical, hateful. And you ain't go through shit. You put yourself in most of the shit that you've been through. You went to a protest and got arrested. The white man ain't come kick down your door. You went into the middle of the street, did some goofy shit, and got arrested. And now you talking about Attica. You think you a political prisoner. And you're not. You were somebody out there without a job that went to a protest on a Tuesday afternoon and got your dumb ass arrested. And now you think you Asada Shakur. Like, this is not what it is. You feel me? So I just want, like, I saw this video and, like, I be having all of these different thoughts. And I was just like, yo, you have to understand that your mind is all you have at the end of the day. Your mind is all you have, yo. And whatever you feed it is exactly what you're going to be. You feed your mind with a bunch of narratives about how you ain't shit. Guess what? You ain't shit. You ain't gonna be shit. You feed your mind with happy places like painting Mom Ross has done, life will be beautiful. Guaranteed. Y'all see that meme all of the time with the two people on the bus, right? One's looking out one window seeing a bunch of rocks and being all miserable, and another person looking out the other side of the bus, seeing all of this mountainous, scenic beauty and shit like that, and that person is like, yo, life is beautiful. It's all up to you, yo. All of it's there for you. Good and evil has coexisted on this planet since it was made. Since man first touched down in the Garden of Eden, good and evil have coexisted. And it's up to you what you're going to gravitate towards. Are you going to gravitate towards the evil because it's more comforting if you're not confident? Are you going to gravitate towards the evil because it's more comforting when you hate yourself? Are you going to gravitate towards the evil because it allow you to have some type of a modicum of power over somebody else because you get to kick them while they down or try to drag them down and pull them down? Or you're going to go towards the good. You want to gravitate towards the good because you're actually a good person and you want to be able to sow seeds of goodness. This shit is really easy, yo. This shit is really simple. It really is. You don't have to be a perfect person to be a good person. You feel me? And you don't have to be an overall wholly evil person to do some bad shit either. However, when it comes down to how you process the world, that's going to be all on you. All on you. How you perceive things is all on you. What they say, perception is reality, right? So all of the perceptions that you be having and having it turning into reality, what are you actually perceiving? What are the things that you are actually feeding your mind and your eyes and all this other shit? Dr. Inky said that. You don't see with your eyes. You don't hear with your ears. You don't speak with your mouth. You do all of those things with your mind. You see with your mind. You see with your ears. You see, you see with your mind. You hear with your mind. All of this is from your mind. I remember I was a kid and I learned the relationship between taste and smell. That you're not actually tasting anything. Like the taste buds exist, but it's due to your sinuses. It's due to your ability to smell. And all of that is due to your mind. You feel me? So keep that in mind. Let's finish the video.
At least I think so. Yep.
Nice.
See, I'm paying.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
What's
I
up,
also
Mom?
seen another video. I forgot to bookmark it, and you know how the timeline be refreshing and stuff like that. I forgot to bookmark it, but it was just like this 89-year-old woman running up the hill in her backyard. She says she does it like 2 or 3 times a day. 89 years old, running up a hill. Black woman. And I be trying to tell y'all, man, like when it comes down to the narratives that were fed to you as a kid, man, they was meant to sabotage you so you couldn't live like that generation. You couldn't have the mental fortitude of those previous generations. They want you to be a bunch of demoralized, insecure, unhappy, cynical, pessimistic people who are going to treat others in that same way. That's what they want you to do. They want you to be untrusting and untrustworthy. That's what they want. That's what the enemy wants you to do. The enemy wants you to emulate their behavior, right? They want you to repeat the behavior that they give you to other people. They want to sow division. They want to sow evil. And so they do evil towards you, hoping that you are going to continue that evil and pass it along to somebody else. They're, again, living high on the hog when they're doing it. You're sabotaging yourself when you do it, and then you harming somebody else when you do it to somebody else. You feel me? So just keep that in mind. Sammy says she's keeping her mind engaged. When you get older, keep busy and engaged. Keeping busy and getting engaged. Keeping busy and engaged gets tough. Shout out to Granny with the serene escapism. That's a fact. Vincent says, like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Yup. Absolutely. Shit, I was Bob Ross. Bob Ross as well. Very calm, painting beautiful scenic paintings. Crystal with the info, B&T Glock 19 Hush Puppy Edition costs you about $3K. Let's look that up. B&T Glock 19. Come on, fingers. Where's the V? There we go. Glock 19 Hush Puppy. There we go. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we got here. B&T. What does B&T stand for? Yes, I'm over 21. Hush Puppy Kit. Okay. Is a purpose-built combination pistol suppressor system for those familiar with the original Well-Rod pistol, B&T's own VP9. Okay. 2 mags included. Okay. And you said it was $3K? Oh, you got it from, yeah, of course. All right, cool. And they got a bunch of different pistols. Okay. Yeah, this is dope. I rock with this. This one actually look a little bit better than the tan joint. I like the black one better. Yeah, this is fire. Hush Puppy. Yo, I just made the connection. Hush Puppy. Y'all remember? Who remembers the real history of hush puppies? Who remembers the real history of hush puppies? Okay. Sammy says 3K ain't bad. They take off that registry component and I'm game. Crystal says you can get a Glock 19 way cheaper than that, Sammy, without having to register your gun. Crystal says what I'm trying to figure is how it worked with the whole suppressor situation. Yeah, I don't know. I would definitely want to know how that works. You feel me? So let's get to the next joint. More wholesome shit. More wholesome shit, because this is a wholesome show. I may wild out a few times, but I really do really have things that I love. And this is one of them. Let's go.
Come on now. Arm out the window. Arm out the window. Come on, son. Do it to him, son. Show him how you do it. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Come on now. Get into it. Get into it, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, y'all see how I give it up, right? I study the ancestors the way I do. And too many times have I read of my ancestors or our ancestors being 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, working machinery, driving, making money for themselves, helping on the farm, working, and all of that stuff from very young ages. And so when I see this is just another manifestation of what the ancestors were doing. You hear me? You feel me? So seeing a young kid, seat all the way up. Look at the seat. The seat. Look at the seat, man. Hold on. Let's go back. Look at the seat. The seat is, I'm talking about, you can't get any closer. You can't get any closer. I think he got a little booster here. Something like that, to that effect. And he's ready to go, driving a whole pickup truck. Couldn't wait. He not nervous, not none. Close the door, crank it up, arm out the window. Let's go. Arm out the window. Can't really see above the steering wheel too much, so I gotta look out the window. It's all good. And he whipping that thing, pause. You feel me? Driving like he's supposed to. Look at this experience. See, that's what I be trying to tell y'all, man. Life experience. His peers are not, his peers may be driving because he lives in a rural area. So he may not be the only child driving. But as far as in general, his national peers are not doing this. You feel me? It seems like his mom may have posted this because it's a woman emoji here. And it says Jamie McPeak Hall, whatever. And the caption lets me know that a woman wrote this. She said, y'all, just start the prayers now. So her husband has been teaching this little boy how to drive the pickup on the family farm. You feel me? And she is like, good Lord, he got our son driving the pickup. Jesus. And he's doing a good job. Honked at her, waved, and all of that stuff. Like, he got the mannerisms down. He got it. I'm so proud of this video, man. Shout out to the youth. Shout out to his family. Doing good by the boy. You're doing good by the boy. Very good job. But yeah, man, the ancestors was on this. Yeah, man, you old enough to have responsibilities. You're 6 years old now. It's time for you to get a job. You're 6 years old. You're turning 7 next week. It's time for you to start working, son. You understand? Let's see. Let's check the chat. Christian says, my little homie Grant drives trucks like that, and he's like 11. Yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. Sammy says, legend has it, Harriet Tubman carried a B&T Glock 19 hush puppy to quietly put down the hunting dogs. That's a good one. Crystal says, if you grew up in the South, it's not uncommon to start driving young. My old black pastor back home drove during the bus boycott in Alabama. He was 13 at the time. Yeah, man. So that's what I'm talking about. That's what it was about. It was about living life. It was about experiencing life. People have neutered themselves, therefore they're going to neuter their children in life experience. You know how many times when I bring shit like this up, motherfuckers be like, well, let kids be kids. Just let kids be kids. And what they're actually saying is, let kids be reckless. Let kids be careless. Let kids not have any responsibility, structure, discipline, ambition, actual things that they plan to do that day. Learning skills very young, honing them young. So by the time that they are in their teens, late teens and 20s, they've literally did their 10,000 hours already. Now, of course, you got to do some more additional hours as a young adult and as an adult to be able to, do it sufficiently and proficiently, but we're not going to just discount all of the years since a very small child that you were doing these things. A perfect example, it would be a movie, but the perfect example, because we have ancestral stories for days that happen in real life. But my cousin Vinny, you remember Joe Pesci's girlfriend at the time, right? In the show, she worked on cars since she was a very little kid. She knew about cars in and out. She might as well been, a board certified mechanic, but she was just a regular mechanic with a bunch of knowledge, right? And so, the prosecutor is grilling her about cars, and he's trying to trip her up and giving her trick questions, and she just broke down the chassis and how all of this different stuff. And they asked her on the stand, it's like, yo, where did you get your education from? Or, are you a mechanic or something like that? And she was like, no, I just been working on cars with my father and my brother my whole life. My father and my brothers. Like that type of knowledge, especially if you apply it, you don't lose it. I still know how to play the drums. I still know how to, keep a beat on the drums because I learned how to play the drums when I was 8 years old. 35. You feel me? So the skills that you acquire as a kid and then keep honing as you get older and older, you're only going to become an expert at it. That's just what it is. Going right back to what I was saying. So we dealt with an elder and then we jump right to the youth. And it's, again, what are you feeding your mind? The elder is feeding her mind happy places and painting happy places. With the youngin', they're instilling him and feeding his mind about self-sufficiency and being able to transport yourself and not, just relying on another mode of transportation. God forbid something happens, right? He's 11, however old he is. The parent knocks out in the car. An adult is driving. They knock out in the car. He can take the wheel. He can take the wheel, safely have them pull over. Call 911. These are the type of abilities that you need if there was an emergency situation before they get in the car. While it will be more dangerous and riskier, and they needed to, get somewhere based upon emergency or whatever, he'll be able to have that skill. My cousin, I told you guys, I grew up in New York and stuff like that, but when it comes down to the black church in New York, we always went down to the conventions in North Carolina. My cousin was driving his mother and, his aunts and stuff like that down south ever since he was about 13, 14 years old. From New York to North Carolina by himself, 14 years old. You feel me? So it's all about what you are actually preparing your children for. You can be on the side of the lazy parents who are like, just let kids be kids, which essentially just means sit them in front of a fucking screen and ignore them all day. That's what let kids be kids is, right? In a nutshell with these people. Or you can be intentional about the things you teach them in the way that you raise them to actually create, formidable and productive people in society. It's all up to you as a parent. It's what you choose to do with your kid. You feel me? Sammy says, shout out to not coddling your kids. You'd be surprised at what your kids can do. # farmhands. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I've read so many different instances of the ancestors starting to work at very young ages, 4, 5, 6, 7, and all this other stuff. And while you and your contemporary sensibilities can be like, oh my God, it's so young. How could you have a child working that young and shit like that? And I'm telling you right now, this ain't even just exclusive to Black Americans. You already know about the chimney sweeps in England. You already know about, all of the child labor stuff and all of that other stuff when it comes down to just Western civilization, in general, right? But specifically for Black American children, yeah, man. Yeah. It just made more logistical sense that this little boy, if this little boy was raised on a farm and he was a sharecropper or something like that, these are the responsibilities that he would have at that age. He'd probably go to school from like maybe 3 months, maybe 4 months out of the school year, because we need his little hands, as little as they are, we need him on the farm to help us out. That's the reality of it. And while his production and his output won't be as much as a fully grown man, it'll be enough to where it's like, yo, boy, drive that, that hay to the other side of the farm, bring the car back, bring the truck back. You can at least do stuff like that. You're not going to be able to hold as much. You're not going to be able to carry as much. You're not going to be able to, be as strong as the grown men around you, but you will be able to have some type of output, some type of productivity and production. You dig? So just keep that in mind. All right. Let's go to the next one. What else we got on the docket? Oh, yeah, so I saw this. This is very interesting. So it says, what if every Black person suddenly left the country? Never happening, but let's hear about this. Let's check it out.
What if every African American suddenly left the United States? This would be a disaster and would change the country forever. You might ask, how? First, there are 47 million African Americans, about 14% of the total U.S. population. Their sudden disappearance would affect daily life. For example, 75% of basketball players and 70% of football players are African American. If they were gone, these sports would be very different. Also, about 20% of nurses and aides and over 85% of rappers are African American too. There are about 3 million Black-owned businesses, which would disappear and cause 2 million people to lose their jobs. These businesses make over $150 billion every year for the U.S. economy. Overall, African Americans contribute about 5% of the U.S. gross domestic product. Some states and cities would lose a lot of people. Mississippi would lose 37% of its population. Cities like Detroit, Michigan, and Jackson, Mississippi would be almost empty, with 80% and 77% of their people gone.
So, yes, that's pretty much essentially all true. I didn't hear anything that was false. Now you can imagine, the comments is full of a bunch of racist shit. Oh, talk about the crime, talk about all of the fucked up shit Black people do every day and shit like that. It's like, whatever, fuck all of that. But I did find it interesting. Certain metrics that I found very interesting. The 3 million businesses and 2 million jobs was interesting. 5% of the GPT is crazy. GDP is very interesting to me because when you look at all of the stuff that I talk about on this show, and you see the stuff that I highlight as it pertains to the ancestors and things of that nature, right? You know that I have a great pride in it, and I do believe that even with the government impediment and racism and all that other stuff, we did amazing work, amazing headway, amazing progress and advancement. And so when I see that 3 million jobs in Black America 3 million businesses in Black America are only creating 2 million jobs, that's not even one person per business. And I already know that the great majority of these businesses are like sole proprietorships and stuff like that. But this goes back to the economics talk. Yeah, population density in cities like Detroit and Jackson, Mississippi are obviously going to be, devastated and stuff like that. The NBA and the NFL losing, the Black players and stuff like that. Like I get all of the relevance there. What really stuck out to me was, again, the 3 million businesses. I have one, right? So it's just like, I want to be able to hire as many people possible when it comes down to the proliferation of the Hotep History brand and what we do over here. It's very important to me. I would love to, fund the lifestyles or livelihoods of people who work for my company and for, what we do here at Hotep History. That's like a big goal for me, right? That's something that I take pride in. And so this is the reason why I say what I say as far as Black American advancement and the level of seriousness that needs to be increased in Black America. A lot of people don't, they don't really put much emphasis on it because assimilation has been the name of the game in the past 60, almost 70 years. Being able to assimilate, to blend in, and being able to just reap the benefits of being an American citizen is pretty much what the main focus has been. And I'm not too mad at that because there's going to be certain things that you should just be comfortable with, right? We don't live in a country where you should expect rolling blackouts or live in a country where you're not going to get running water. Now, of course, we have situations like in Flint, right? Where the water is terrible, the water quality is terrible and stuff like that. But by and large, as an American citizen, those are the creature comforts and amenities that you have grown to be, accustomed to, which is cool. However, when it comes down to the reality of the situation as it pertains to Black Americans, it's just like, if we understand that nobody is going to save you, then there should be a bigger concerted effort to making sure the proliferation of Black American businesses are thriving the way they do. I personally think it's crazy that you'll have Black Americans brag about their power as consumers, because we already know that largely Black American power as producers from 150 years ago, 100 years ago to now has definitely done like a complete 180 as far as like the interests and the pursuits and the approach to the American economy is, right? It's been a difference. However, you have people bragging about their consumerism, whether it be trying to high side on another motherfucker who is just as broke as them to be like, oh, you ain't up on these clothes or you ain't up on these latest material consumer goods and shit like that. Or you'll have people who would be like, yo, Black people, we move the needle. We're the trendsetters and all this other shit. If we think it's cool, if we don't think it's cool, it's not going to be cool to other people and all this other shit. And it's like, yo, cool, for sure. How are you using that consumerism or all of that trend setting to actually help Black Americans? Specifically Black American businesses. If Black Americans are the one who set the trends for real, why aren't you directing the cool to Black America? Why aren't you directing the cool to Black American clothing businesses, Black American entertainment businesses, Black American, corporations and things like that? If Black Americans are setting the cool, setting the trends, and all of the little suburban white kids are going to follow them and do what they do and emulate and copy what they do, why are you not making it cool to bank in Black banks? Why are you not making it cool to shop with Black businesses who give high quality goods and services? Why are you not making it cool to actually be Black American? You feel me? To actually be the person that's, making all of these different changes, and you are the ones making all of the money, first and foremost before it goes out to anywhere else. It really doesn't make a difference that you're able to model somebody else's shit better than the people that, better than the community that made it. It means nothing to me. The fact that you know how to put that shit on and all of that shit is a bunch of clothing brands that were not, created out of your community, by and large, economically, it doesn't have any, real relevance here. Like, yeah, you dope. I appreciate that. I wear Ralph all the time. Yeah, I know that. I love Ralph. You feel me? But I also fuck with Jet Life apparel to a very high degree. I'm filling my closet up with it, throughout the year. And that's a Black owned clothing business, you feel me? And it's not just because it's Black owned, it's because it's high quality, it's Black owned, and it's fly. Like it checks all of the boxes as far as what it would take for me to rock with it, buy it, and wear it. So I'm sold, right? So for me, I don't care about your ability to set trends if you're not going to set trends in the right way. And I'm not even saying that you don't shop with other businesses or, outside of Black America. I'm not saying that. I'm going to always buy Ralph Lauren for the rest of my life. I love that brand. You dig? But I'm not going to spend more on that than I would on brands that I believe are high quality, fresh, and they're also Black owned. I feel like that's just that's simple math to me. But a lot of people have these issues to where it's like, oh, I want to be, they want to be the trendsetter in European high fashion and shit like that. They want to be trendsetters in places that don't really have any predominance of Black people in it or Black Americans in it. And we've seen that shit. I'm a bigger fan of the Yeezy brand than him working with Louis Vuitton and shit like that. Like I want to support what you got going on as far as your shoes, as far as your clothes and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? You working at Nike, then working at Adidas, and then then working at Louis Vuitton, and then working at Adidas and all that other stuff. That's cool. You get into a bag, and of course, a portion of those sales or proceeds from those sales or whatever are going to go in line your pocket. So that's dope. But at the end of the day, I'm a bigger fan of the Yeezy brand than the collaborations he's done with other brands that weren't Black owned. And so when just going back to the whole reason why I said this, it's like 3 million businesses, 2 million jobs. It's like those types of numbers we need to definitely improve on. We need to definitely improve on that. And so that's only going to happen with, of course, a standard of quality, a standard of quantity, customer service, and stuff like that coming from the producer side, the employer side, and then consistency, patronage, and support coming from the consumer side. And having that symbiotic relationship is going to proliferate Black American economics. Period. The ancestors been let us know this. Dr. Claude Anderson, an elder of ours, let us know this in all of his books. Like he's been talking about this stuff. So it's simple math the way I look at it. You do not have to settle for less or anything like that. There are high quality Black American businesses out there who pride themselves on great customer service, being punctual, making sure they're being transparent, and actually, pride themselves on delivering a good product or service. You dig? So I thought that was interesting. Let's go to the next one. Oh, man. I love the fact that a lot of the content that I be seeing on the timeline that I would want to bring to the show are largely positive, dog. Like I was saying this on the spaces. On Saturday, Hotep History Podcast, episode 10. Patreon.com/Hotep History. You definitely want to check out that episode. But I was saying that a lot of conservatives don't make conservatism look cool. A lot of conservatives are so focused on shouting down the other side or pointing out the flaws in the other side that they don't actually make people feel good or want or even make their side look attractive. They're just so focused on making the other side look unattractive, and that doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. If you actually want to be able to gain favor among people, if you want to gain popularity among people and favor among people, you have to show yourself to be somebody who is worthy of that. Your ideology has to show and bear fruit that this is actually something that we should be following. We should be emulating, we should be replicating and duplicating because the results show itself. So when I show a young father, teaching his boy how to, classify firearms, or a father teaching his son how to shoot a firearm, or a father, teaching his son or have taught his son how to drive a pickup truck, all of these different things are different levels of conservatism that I believe are super dope, and I'm going to always champion and get behind because those are the types of values, behaviors, and characteristics that we need to be emulating and repeating into perpetuity. That's just what it is. And so for me, there are too many people who lose themselves inside of their political ideology. We've seen it on the left, we've seen it on the right, and I'm just one of those people who still am cognizant of the fact that I'm a multifaceted human being with several different interests and who believes in the things that I actually say. And it's not about, shouting down or shitting on somebody who disagrees with me. As a matter of fact, I like the power dynamic that I have with people who hate me. Then I do very little talking about these fucking people, and they do all of the talking about me. So while they over there giving me free promo and I'm living rent free in their heads, I legitimately don't think about these motherfuckers at all. What I think about is this right here. This is not a picture that was taken 20 years ago. This is a picture that was taken recently. Okay? Even if it was taken last year, it's in recent times. And so when somebody says in the caption, man, I miss these old days, that's a 100% fact. I do. I remember the pallets on Granny's floor in her basement, in her living room. We all gathered around the TV and all of that other stuff, put all of the different blankets, pillows, and all of that stuff on the floor. Some of us are already asleep. Some of us are staying up late. All of that different stuff. It was literally the most lit time, you know what I'm saying, in our childhood when me and all my cousins would come together. We got the milk and cookies. We arguing over what we gonna watch. Now we gotta, try to vote on what we about to watch, or we gonna watch that movie second. Da 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 da. And we just staying up laughing and joking. We not worrying about anything. Everything that we were doing were extremely wholesome. It was extremely family oriented. We laughed. We fought. We did all of the things that kids do. We had an amazing time. So when it comes down to instilling, these types of values, it's like, yo, you got to actually, intentionally do this. You have to have children. You have to have, big families in order for this to actually keep going. And so when I see the caption, yo, man, I miss these old days, it's like, yo, dog, you do know that we are the adults now. We are the uncles and aunties, the mothers and fathers that are going to be pushing, our traditions, to the next generation. And I get it. A lot of millennials have that beef with, with Gen X and saying, oh, they didn't teach us this, they didn't teach us that. And I know there was a disconnect. Millennials are the most fatherless generation in Black American history. So there's going to be a lot of those values and shit like that didn't make it among us or whatnot. But I do believe that you have the ability to tap in with people who still have those values, because they haven't gone anywhere. It's just not as prevalent as they once were in times past. However, when it comes down to, our ability to replicate this, as you can see there, they're doing this. We did not have a big flat screen TV. At best, we had a big back TV. You feel me? That's different. You know what I'm saying? So it's up to us. If you want to have the babies all congregate in that granny house, then you need to, first of all, make her a granny. You need to have as many kids as humanly possible. You know what I'm saying? Not fiscally possible, because community is community. You don't have to be a fucking daddy Warbucks to have a bunch of kids. Don't let that be the main deterrent, because that's what the enemy wants you to do, is to look at your current financial status and have that dictate how you're going to raise your kids. And I'm not sitting here telling you to have kids that you can't afford, but I am asking you to be mindful of the community that you are building. And if you have family members and friends, if you are gainfully employed, or if you have a business, or if you have a trade and stuff like that, that's going to be the foundational principles before the babies even get here. Is that you make something of yourself, because you need to be teaching them something anyway. And what can you teach them if you ain't do shit? So having a bunch of kids and not being productive, it does not go in hand in hand. It's just like saying, it's basically just like, faith without works is dead. So you can have all of the faith in the world, but if you're not actually putting in any work, it's dead. It's the same thing. You can have as many kids as you want, but if you're not putting in the work, you're a deadbeat, or you're not, doing what you need to be doing to make sure the next generation is going to be advancing and surpassing you, superseding you and what you've accomplished. That's the whole point. But in this picture right here, you got some that are asleep, you got some that are awake, laughter, whatever they watching. I can't tell what they watching. You feel me? This was the days right here, fam. Like, these were the days. I miss these days for sure. Let's see. Crystal says, if you missed out on piling up on the floor, piling up in the car, riding in the back of the pickup, you missed out. I'm trying to tell you, man. Those was good days, man. Getting the truck bed and you just driving around town. Your uncle would drive fast on a hill and all of that. So you be like this in the back and all of that shit, man. So I'm trying to tell y'all something, yo. If y'all actually want all of these things, if y'all remember the way you was raised, the only way that you're going to be able to keep these traditions going is if you do it yourself. You were at that time. You're at that age now. It's up to us. It's up to you to carry on these traditions. You feel me? No matter how much money you got, yo, you are not too poor or too rich to go to your granny crib, get all of the blankets out of the linen closet, get all of the pillows and the pillowcases, whether it be from the couch, the other beds in the house and stuff like that, and you know, congregate with your cousins, man, with your siblings. Sammy says, man, this pic takes it back. We used to have sleepovers because my parents wouldn't let us sleep at anyone else's house. We would see who could memorize Aladdin and Lion King on VHS. That's what I'm talking about. That right there. That is a core memory for me too, Sammy. Straight up and down. My mom was a little bit more liberal and shit like that, so I did stay over at a friend's house, but he lived on my block. Like, it wasn't like he was on the other side of town or nothing like that. He lived 2 doors down, so I was able to stay over his crib. You know, the parents done met. His mom take us to school every morning, so sleeping over his house was damn near like sleeping over my house. We was only 2-3 doors down from each other in the neighborhood, but yeah, for sure, yo. That ass, like, literally had Lion King, like, word, like Crystal said, Lion King word for word. You know what I'm saying? And what's worse, you put Nala in danger. Like, man, so y'all know, the greatest Disney classic to ever be made was Jungle Book. Argue with your mama. You hear me? Argue with your cousin that didn't pass the sticks, okay? Jungle Book is the best Disney classic movie ever made. And I rank Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast and Aristocats. Trust me, I know all of the Disney classics. I watched them all. You feel me? There is no greater Disney classic movie than The Jungle Book. And I stand on that. And I'll debate anybody about it. Best soundtrack. Like, I literally have the soundtrack to Jungle Book on my Apple Music. I jam out to the Jungle Book soundtrack. You feel me? So, let's see what the chat is saying. I watch the chat be on some bullshit. Hold on. Let's see what the chat is saying. Crystal says the lies you tell. See, I already knew it. Crystal like a Little Mermaid. Crystal probably like a Little Mermaid nigga. She like the Little Mermaid, man. Get out of here. Sammy says, oh, you was Baloo and Mowgli. Yes. Okay? Mowgli. Get it right, Sammy. Not Mowgli. It's Mowgli. Okay? See, y'all don't even understand. Y'all didn't grow up rough enough. Let me break down the Jungle Book for you niggas, because y'all don't really understand the allegory of Jungle Book. The story of the Jungle Book, okay, the movie Jungle Book, is really an allegory for a young nigga growing up in the trenches. Let's wake it up. The Jungle Book is an allegory for a black boy growing up in the ghetto. Let's wake it up. You want me to break it down? Because you think I don't know what the fuck I be. Let me break it down for y'all. Mowgli. See, y'all about to get me into my bag, man. Let me put some. Hold on. Because y'all think I'm bullshitting. I'm really like that. Make sure y'all call in 702-483-1566. 702-483-1566. But I got to put, hold on. Let me put y'all on. So y'all see, we get Hotep. Even if we gonna do the mainstream, if we fuck with the mainstream, that means we fucking with it through the Hotep lens. So y'all not even peeping. Let me put y'all on. Is the music? It's gonna take forever. I ain't about to do that. The lag. So check Mowgli, because y'all don't remember, because y'all was so focused on the pimping. Y'all was focused on the pimping of Aladdin, the pimping of Beauty and the Beast, the pimping of what was that else? What was the dog in the cat joint? Oscar something like that. You was focused on Lady and the Tramp and Mulan and all of that other shit. Let me break it down for y'all. Mowgli was born. His parents got killed after he was born. He was a baby. Okay? He was discovered by Bagheera, a jaguar, a panther, Black Panther. Okay? He was discovered by Bagheera, a Black Panther. A Black Panther adopted this orphan boy because his parents were killed. Bagheera, knowing that he didn't have any maternalistic skills, he may have had a little bit of, he didn't really have paternalistic skills either, but he definitely didn't have maternalistic skills, right? So he knows, wait, there's a wolf pack that just had a litter of cubs. They just had a bunch of cubs. So let me bring them over there to the wolves. You feel me? He brings them over to the wolves. The mother immediately loves them, because that's what moms are, nurturing, caring, loving, right? The father come. Rafa, I think his name was. Right? Walks up to him, sniffs Mowgli. Little nigga start crying and all this other shit. You ain't never heard no baby cry before. So he like, what the hell? And then the wolf mama was like, yo, listen, he's one of mine. He's one of the kids. He's good. A Black Panther who adopted this little boy gave him to wolves. Mowgli was raised by wolves. Now, when it come down to the hood, right? Ain't that what they say when you ain't got no home training? Was you raised by wild animals? Were you raised by wolves? Right? Check this out, though, because it get even deeper than this. Y'all not even follow me. So he's raised by wolves. Years go by. He's a teenager now. Let's just say 13 years. I forgot how many, because Bagheera says how many years or how old Mowgli was, right? Says years passed and stuff like that, and I got to watch Mowgli. So he has a guardian that's a Black Panther and parents that are wolves, right? He says, I seen Mowgli get older. And now, you know, Mowgli like, woo, woo, woo. Like he got a whole relationship with they grown wolves now. The cubs that he grew up with, the other little niggas in the hood that he grew up with, they all grown now. You feel me? And so the wolves have a meeting. And they like, yo, listen, man. We've been able to take care of this little nigga since he was a little baby. He's getting big now. Okay? A little bit too big. Because he's still a human. So while, you know, he can try to keep up and shit like that, when it's time to hunt as a pack, he can't really keep up. And not only that, Shere Khan is back in the motherfucking jungle. Now, if y'all, spoiler alert, this is like a 70-year-old movie, but spoiler alert, Shere Khan is the animal, the tiger, who killed his parents. Shere Khan hates humans. And he hates humans for what reason? That fire. He hates fire. What is fire in this allegory? Self-defense. Being able to not be preyed upon. Think of it as a what? Fire arm. So, you have this tiger who pretty much represents the state or represents cops or, you know, opposition to progress, right? We can't afford to have him here. He's a radical. As far as how we live our lives, we are moving according to nature. He's not a wolf. He's a human. he's a good person. That's what it means. You know, the wolves in this allegory, that's going to be the people that, you know, they give it up. They righteous in their own way, but as far as the nature of things, they're opposite or different from what a human is. So the wolves call over Bagheera. Bagheera was in the tree. He heard them having this conversation, had this meeting and shit like that. Bagheera says, yo, I'll take him. Don't trip. I'm a Black Panther. I'm by myself, so I don't have to worry about him. You don't have to worry about him with, you know, keeping up with the pack or no shit like that. Because the wolves initially was like, well, surely Mowgli is entitled to the protection of the pack. Surely. And they was like, yo, listen, dog, are you about to sacrifice you and your sons and your girl for a human? He not really like us for real. And he's not going to stop. Shere Khan's not going to stop. Now, of course, in real life, I would think a pack of wolves can take a tiger, right? But they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about self-preservation on all fronts. Shere Khan don't have no beef with wolves. He has beefs with humans, right? So Bagheera's like, yo, listen, I'll take him. So they, they take Mowgli. So it's now Bagheera and Mowgli. And Bagheera is that like structure in his life. You feel me? And he's telling them like, yo, listen, fam, like you're going to have to go be with your kind eventually. You can't live in the jungle your whole life. You have to civilize yourself. You can't be in the trenches your whole life. You have to become a man. Y'all ain't peeped that. You are a boy now. You have to become a man. Now, we just watched an 8-year-old, 10-year-old drive a pickup truck. So imagine in the jungles of India. You have to become a man, son. Right now, you've been playing. Right now, you've been under the protection of a Black Panther and a pack of wolves. Okay? But you're going to have to stand on your own 2 feet and be a man out here. And the best way for you to do that is go to the man village where the other men are, where the other humans are. And Mowgli like, nah, fuck that. I'm about to stay in the trenches my whole life. Trench baby. I ain't never leaving the hood. I'm outside. I was raised by wolves. This is all I know. I was raised by you. Yeah, you was hitting me with the game and the structure and the discipline and the order and all that other shit. But y'all, I've been raised out this motherfucker. I drank wolf milk as a baby, nigga. And you telling me I got to go to the man village? Nah, I'm not fucking with that. Bagheera's like, yo, listen, man, you may not like that idea, but that's the truth. That's the reality of your situation. Mowgli, being a hard-headed trench baby, is like, man, fuck that. I'm about to do my own thing. And Bagheera's like, yo, dog, I don't think that's a good idea. Fuck you, Bagheera. I'm going to do my own thing. I don't need you. Fuck you, da-da-da-da. Bagheera like, nigga, I ain't your daddy for real. I like you. I got love for you, but I ain't your fucking father. I'm going to do everything that I physically can to keep you safe and shit like that. But if you are adamant of saying, fuck me, and you want to do it your own way, then by all means, little nigga, best of luck. Best of luck. So, Mowgli out on his own. He walking. He fucked up. He mad. He mad. You know, I felt like the wolves just abandoned me. Bagheera ain't trying to hear what the fuck I'm saying. And now, he walking in the jungle, and then he hear a fucking scat, fucking jazz, cool ass bear in the distance. You feel me? Just cooling, doing his thing. It's a fucking bear. A bear named Baloo, one of the coolest characters in Disney history. Okay? If you like Thomas O'Malley, the reason why you like Thomas O'Malley from the Aristocats, which I do, is because of Baloo. Okay? Mowgli meets Baloo. Now, here's the interesting part. Baloo is just as immature as Mowgli. Because in nature, because of how big he is, how strong he is, he doesn't have to do as much. He's focused on himself. He's focused on the bare necessities. You feel me? He's focused on the simplicity of life, not working too hard, not having goals, not having dreams. If you ask Baloo if he wanted a woman and cubs of his own, he probably might like the idea, but you already know with great power comes great responsibility. And at this time, Baloo was extremely irresponsible. He's a loner. He's a man-child at this point. Arrested development, if you will. And now he's in charge of, he meets a kid. And he's seeing him, he all mad and shit, like, yo, what's up with you? You feel me? Like, what's going on with you? Little britches, that's what they called him. That's what he called him. What's going on with you? He's like, man, I'm good. I ain't fucking talking to you, man. Leave me the fuck alone. Like, he was talking to Baloo crazy. Like, he was tough. I ain't gonna lie. Mowgli was tough. Man, I'm good. And I'm not done, by the way. We got a lot to talk about with this. This is literally my favorite fucking movie in the world. I'm pretty sure y'all picking this up by now. So Baloo like, yo, listen, man. Like, I'm not your enemy, little nigga. What's up? So, how did they meet? Squaring up. Squaring up. He was like, oh, man, like, I could beat your ass, Baloo. Now, this little scrawny child told a big bear, that, yo, I can beat your big ass. And Baloo was like, what? Little nigga, you serious? So he was like, all right, put him up. So now they get to sparring. You feel me? Now, Baloo, he's clearly 100 times stronger than Mowgli, right? So Baloo, Mowgli trying to punch his belly and all this other shit. And like Baloo was just like, he looking down at him like, Jesus Christ, this kid is pitiful. And so he hit him with like a light jab and shit like that. And he like, nah, man, I'm cool. Like, let's get back to it. So now they fighting. And Mowgli hits Baloo with a clean uppercut. Now, I still to this day believe that Baloo pretended like Mowgli knocked him out. But in the movie, they don't depict it like that. He gets, boop, uppercut. He gets down. And so there's a time where, because now they cool now. They play fighting and shit like that. Everything is cool, right? And so Baloo is teaching Mowgli how to growl. You know what I'm saying? So how to roar. So, he was like, all right, now you got your hands, man. Let me see how you growl. Let me see how you roar. And Mowgli goes like it was some pitiful ass roaring. He was like, oh my goodness, no, you gotta growl like a bear. So he was like, nah, you gotta growl like a big bear. You feel me? So Mowgli trying. So Baloo goes, nah, little nigga, you gotta do it like this. And it's like this loud ass bear fucking roar and shit. Bagheera fucking thinks that Mowgli's in danger and shit. So Bagheera starts fucking rushing over to where the fucking sound came from. He pulls up on him and he sees that Mowgli and Baloo are literally playing the fuck around. Now, so the relationship is established between Mowgli, Baloo, and Bagheera. This is the trio essentially, right? The issue with Mowgli in the jungle is that he poses a threat that he doesn't really understand that he has, but everybody else has it. Now, Shere Khan is the fire. And it's fire. This is what separates, in this movie, this is what separates animals from humans. The ability to wield fire, create and wield fire. You feel me? So, when it comes down to this shit, everybody wants a piece of Mowgli because of this fire, right? Shere Khan wants to kill him because of the fire. Then he meets King Louie, and he wants to learn how to make fire for himself because he'll be able to run the jungle with this power. You feel me? And so, now, Baloo and Bagheera's job is trying to protect this nigga Mowgli based upon his abilities as a man that he don't know he has yet. He don't know. King Louie approaches him and is like, yo, lay it on me, ooh, I want to be like you. That's what that whole song is about. Teach your human ass treat this monkey or teach this monkey how to make fire. And Mowgli is like, yo, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. I don't know how to make fire. And King Louis is like, yo, you're a fucking human. What are you talking about? Of course you know how to make fire. We know that humans know how to make fire. What the fuck? And Mowgli is ignorant to this fact. Same thing when it comes down to the snake. Now, Kaa just wanted to eat Mowgli, which is, I mean, good reason enough as any. You feel me? To want to get him out of here. He just was fucking hungry. He's a fucking big ass, boa constrictor and shit like that. So he just wanted to eat the nigga. So when it comes down to this story, the reason why this shit resonates with me is because it literally tells the story of a young boy who was on his own, who had surrogate parents throughout the trenches or the jungle that he lived in, and had to navigate that shit the best way he knew how, and deviated and ran from it, when he had good advice. He ran to it when he had bad advice and shit like that. Like it literally, for all intents and purposes, was my life as an allegory. Being raised by a Black Panther and then being raised by wolves, and then, having a particular father figure that didn't really take life that serious, but still had my best interests at heart and shit like that. Like, seeing these different parallels in my life, not to mention the fucking music was jumping, is the reason why. And then, of course, Shere Khan being the evil or being the bad guy or the villain or whatever of this movie, being threatened by this young man's power. And then the movie ends after they defeat Shere Khan with Baloo, because Baloo didn't want to send Mowgli back to the man village. Baloo told and promised Mowgli that he could stay in the jungle with him. And then Bagheera had to tell this motherfucker Baloo, like, nigga, you suffering from the same shit this little nigga suffering with. You need to grow the fuck up. You need to grow the fuck up and realize that you need to take control of your fucking life and stop just fucking riding off the seat of your goddamn pants, nigga. You need to actually be making something of yourself as a fucking bear out here. You ain't got no woman, you ain't got no fucking cub, all of this other shit. You getting into a whole bunch of fucking hijinks and shit. And so Baloo was like, yo, dog, I've been trying to tell you this shit, but I gotta take you back to the man village. And Mowgli was like, oh, you two, you and Bagheera are the same type of motherfucker. You feel me? And so that's when he runs into the vultures and he runs into Shere Khan. The final showdown where this motherfucker, the lightning strikes the tree, fire is created. Mowgli ties the fucking fire stick, you feel me, on Shere Khan's tail. Shere Khan is freaked the fuck out, gets run off and shit like that. And at the end of the movie, it's Mowgli, without any of the influences of Bagheera and Baloo and shit like that. He was lured into humanity. He was lured into his manhood by none other than a young woman. That's it. Family. Family is what brought the humanity or the manhood out of Mowgli. The fact that he saw a young girl about his age, she looked up at him, smirked at him, smiled at him while she was singing. This is fucking Disney, so she's singing this beautiful fucking song. You feel me? One of my favorite Disney. Like, that entire soundtrack is fucking fire. I really cannot stress this enough. And so the song is basically about like, yo, I'm taking care of the home. I'm the woman. My father go hunts in the forest. My mother fucking makes food. And I am the daughter who has her job and her role. And he's hearing these lyrics. He's enchanted by this girl's song. And so all of the shit that he swore up and down that he would never do. I'm staying in the jungle. Fuck this. I'm good enough. I'm good. I don't need to be protected by none of you motherfuckers. I can survive in the jungle all on my own. A woman. A woman is what brought him to his manhood. A woman showing him the femininity, showing him that this is what you're masculine for. Listen to the song that I'm singing to you. Listen to the family dynamic that I'm singing about. Mother, father, me. I go fetch the water. Father hunts. My mother cooks in the crib. That's the dynamic that you are missing. And that's all he needed to hear. Baloo telling him that he can stay in the jungle his whole life, Bagheera telling him he needed to go to the man village, the wolves saying that they can't protect him, Shere Khan trying to kill him, Kaa trying to, all of that shit. None of that had any bearing on this shit, on his decision making. The main thing that Mowgli made this decision for is because he was enamored by the opposite sex, and that reminded that little motherfucker that he was a human. It reminded him that he was a man. Straight up and down. So that is the allegory of Jungle Book. You're welcome for that breakdown. Let's check the chat. What we got? Let's see. Oh, so Sammy says, "Whoa, I got it." Crystal says Tarzan, and that soundtrack was fire. Yeah, Tarzan is similar for sure, very similar to Jungle Book. Sammy says it's so blatant now that I think about it. Memphis says you get in with the sheep if you can't fit in with the wolves. Pooh Shiesty, listen, man, listen. That's what it is. Let's see. To hell with Sammy says to hell with Jordan B. Peterson. We doing Black Disney allegory over here in Hotep History. Sammy says in rewatching Aladdin, I found it to be less about a love story and more about a brotherhood bond between Aladdin, Abu, Carpet, and Genie. There you go. And of course, the haves and the have-nots. The lust for power when it comes to Jafar and trying to usurp the Sultan and trying to take control and like all of the different moving parts. But when it comes down to Aladdin himself, obviously one of the more obvious ones is being yourself. You sit there trying to front like you a prince and shit like that, and it's like you don't have to do that. You could just be yourself, and then you being yourself will get you to that point. You dig? Crystal says, I will give you this. Tailspin starring Baloo had the fire theme song. Yeah, Tailspin was fire. Now, you know how I feel about Jungle Book, so I watched every episode of Tailspin. It's another thing about our childhood and shit like that. All of the shows, not going to say all of them, but a good chunk of the shows that we grew up watching and shit like that, them shits had like one season. They had like 10 episodes. 15 episodes and shit like that, but the shit feels like I was watching them for years, but it was just the same 15 episodes. You know what I'm saying? It was the same 15 episodes over and over again. Tailspin, Bonkers, Marsupilami, like a lot of these cartoons that I grew up on. You feel me? Listen, I'm a cartoon like fanatic, gang. We can have a whole 6-hour stream about cartoons. So what we got? Baloo was like that in Tailspin too. That's a fact. Y'all remember Fern Gully? Yes, I do. Listen, man, the 90s were literally the best time for cartoons, movies in general, TV in general, but cartoon shows and cartoon movies, jeez, come on, man. Fern Gully, yes, absolutely. Classic film. Should have went platinum. Did not perform as well as we remember as far as box office and all the other shit. But Fern Gully was a classic. And The Secret of Nim. Now, I did see The Secret of Nim. Was not a huge fan of it. Not to say that it was bad, but I already had Fern Gully. You feel me? It's like the reason why I watched the Beyonce cartoon. I don't know if y'all remember that Beyonce had like a movie cartoon. I mean, I was a young adult, if not or a full-blown adult when that came out, but I wasn't a big fan of Secret of Nim. Secret of Nim is classic in its own right, but not mine. Ricky says, I still watch Fern Gully every now and then. My girl be rolling when I randomly sing Toxic Love. Man, come on now. Let's see. Sammy says, just looked up Secret of Nim. I remember this movie, but didn't recall the name. Yeah, it wasn't that great. It was great, but it wasn't that great. Cliff says, I gotta rewatch this movie. For sure you do. Rashad in the chat says Lion King easy. Stop it. Call in, Rashad. You know that's what they only want you to call in. I think that's what it is. Let's argue Disney movies, Rashad. Let's argue Disney movies. Calling in 702-483-1566. You feel me? Listen, Crystal, you're not about to sneak the 80s in there just because you was around for then. Sorry. It's the 90s and the 90s only. Wake it up. The 80s had, what did the 80s have? Please tell, what did the 80s have as far as cartoons? Like, come on, let's wake it up. Y'all were battling crack cocaine, hitting the streets. Tailspin was dope. Chippendale Rescue Rangers. Chippendale Rescue Rangers. Yes. Another classic. Who else we got? Chippendale was dope too. DuckTales. There you go. Doom, 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 doom. Come on, man. With something airplanes here in Duckburg. It's yeah, come on now. Might solve a mystery or rewrite history. DuckTales. Ooh. Let's see. Darkwing Duck. Come on now. Let's get dangerous. You hear me? Let's get dangerous. Before Nipsey Hussle was saying stay dangerous, Darkwing Duck was saying let's get dangerous. You hear me? You feel me? What else we got? Darkwing Duck. If the stream wasn't acting so whack, gang, we would be playing these shits. Hold on, let me see if I can get it right. Let me see if I can get it right for y'all, because these are some popping ass theme songs. Because y'all didn't even mention the best one. Not gonna say the best one, but definitely top 5, dead or alive. Yeah, it's taking forever to load up. It's taking forever to load up. There you go. Sammy said it. That Goof Troop theme song, gang. Oh, man, hold on. We got to get to it. Hold on. We got to get to it. We going to get to the main event tonight at some point. I ain't really in no rush. Let me see if I could pull it up on YouTube. Because the web browser is moving mad slow. You feel me? But yeah, the Goof Troop theme song. What? That shit was New Jack Swing, nigga. I don't know. That shit was like Teddy Riley wrote that shit, son. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Like Papa, like son. You're always number one. There's buddies and pals. And always things like, oh my God, man. See, look at this shit. Look at the shit Crystal put in the chat. Look at this 80s shit. He-Man, Transformers, G.I. Joe, and Thundercats. Gang, listen, man. Stop it. Those are great classic shows, but they're not fucking with the 90s. If you are there for both, I salute you if you were there for both. But if you only had to choose one or the other, I'm choosing 90s all day. It's not even a question. Not even a question. Okay? We're going 90s. So, yeah, shout out to He-Man. Shout out to Transformers. You feel me? Robots in the skies. Like, yeah, shout out to that. G.I. Joe. You feel me? But as far as... Yeah, this shit taking too long to load up, gang. I don't like it. I don't know what that's going to mean for the stream tonight, though. I can tell you that. Because I ain't about to be playing around. Yeah, man. This was a hit. This was a hit, boy. The 80s ain't got nothing like that. The 80s ain't got nothing like that, man. That's some 90s. That's what? Shit me. Man, come on, man. Don't get me started. Like I was really out. I was really inside. You hear me? Oh, man. All right. Y'all asked for it. Y'all asked for it. We gotta get to it. I ain't about to act like. I ain't gonna act like. I ain't gonna act like. I ain't gonna act like it, man. Oh man, I'm not gonna front. I'm not gonna front here, ladies and gentlemen. This was a classic. Yes, come on, man. Man, y'all did. I gotta put my phone on the charger. Hold on.
We made it! Come on, Max. Let's get you on stage.
Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Then again. Dad? Dad?
I got myself a notion. One I know that you'll understand. We set the world in motion by reaching out for each other's hand. Maybe we'll discover
The perfect launch.
what we should have known all along.
Yo, Memphis, what you know about the perfect launch, gang?
One way or another, together's where we both belong. If we listen to each other's heart, we find we're never too far apart. And maybe love is the reason why. The first time ever seeing it eye to eye.
That good kid ain't there.
Don't worry, he'll be there.
Seeing it eye to eye.
Hey, Dad! Do the perfect cast!
The perfect cast.
The first time ever we're seeing it.
You did it!
Seeing it eye to eye. Baby. For the first time.
Come on. Come on, son. Man, y'all don't know about it, man. Y'all wasn't outside, man. Come on. Eye to Eye is a classic. Oh, man. See, this is what we do. This is what happens. All right, now let's see what we got. Some runner-ups. Let's see. Let's see. This was the Magna Carta of Disney songs, bro. Oh man, hold on. What else we got? Powerline was a mixture of Prince, Michael, and Bobby Brown. Tevin Campbell. I know it was Tevin Campbell that voiced them, at least for the song. So that makes sense. Let's see. Cliff says I gotta reintroduce my kids to these movies and shows. That's for certain, Cliff. Got to. You too, Sammy. Your son better have all of the 90s. He better have all of the classics. You hear me? Crystal says, Man Out of You from Mulan was a banger too, but Eye to Eye is number one, and Stand Out from a Goofy movie was dope too. Yeah, Stand Out. Stand out above the crowd, even if I gotta shout out loud. The money the only thing you see, I'm gonna stand out. Yeah. What else we got? Memphis says, "Hey, Hercules is up there too. Don't sleep." I remember the muses, right? That's who the black women were that was singing, but I don't remember any of the songs. I remember they could sing, but I don't remember any of the songs. Memphis says, "I had all these joints on VHS." Let's see. Sammy says there's actually a line in the sequel where the character eating the cheese asks why they wear gloves. Hey, man, do y'all want to get into that? Because I actually have that. History shows how. Yeah. So you done kicked it off, Sammy. You done kicked it off. So I gotta go to my regular bookmarks. I hope I didn't unbookmark it, because I be doing that shit. When shit get too cluttery and shit, I just start deleting shit. So let's go to the end, because I don't want to spoil the other shit. Damn, it's 9 o'clock and we ain't get to shit yet. We ain't get to shit yet. But I don't care. Where is it? See, I gotta unbookmark these joints, because man, where is it? It's not. I think I scrolled past it already, because we did all of these shits already. But yeah, yo, this dude, he had made a whole video on this. He made a whole video on it, and I kept meaning to talk about it, but I never got around to it. Let's see. Oh, this was super cool too. I've never seen red ochre before. This was super fire. Super fire. Red ochre. We'll get to that one day. Here we go. Here it is. Shout out to Sammy for bringing it back to my recollection.
Way more disturbing than you think. So everybody's familiar with this very specific style of white glove that a ton of classic cartoon characters wear, but not many people really question why they're wearing the gloves. It's just how it always has been. Unless you're the character Bobby from an extremely goofy movie who jokingly asked this exact question.
Do you ever wonder why we're always, wearing gloves?
Yeah. That's just a funny little gag, but it's a good point. Why do they wear the gloves? Well, a lot of people will tell you it's so the character's hands can stand out from their darker bodies, which made it easier for animators to make them more expressive and to better convey the things that they were doing with their hands. And while that's technically true, it's only half of the story, and it leaves out a very important and very disturbing detail. Cartoon characters wear white gloves so that their hands stand out against their black bodies because blackface minstrel actors from the 1920s and 30s wore white gloves so that their hands would stand out against the black paint on their faces. Because many early cartoon characters like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Bimbo the Dog, and Bosco were blackface minstrel characters. That's right, Mickey Mouse was originally intended to be a parody or an homage to vaudeville blackface actors. You see, in the early days of cartoon animation, before TV existed or they were even being regularly played in movie theaters, animators like Winsor McKay, creator of Little Nemo, would take their cartoons on tour with vaudeville shows and literally project them on stage on a screen. They would even sometimes interact with their animations. And the most popular part of these vaudeville touring shows was the blackface minstrel act. And so the animators, trying to grab the audience that was there to see the blackface minstrel shows, would pattern their characters off of those blackface actors. So the cartoon characters would take on the physical traits of these blackface actors, like the dark black skin with the white or red mouth and eyes, and also the personality traits and tropes of blackface minstrelsy, like the mischievous trickster character, which was very common in blackface and was also what most cartoon characters in the 1930s and 40s were. This minstrel style of cartoon character carried over from the vaudeville era of animation to the film era of animation with characters like Mickey Mouse and Felix the Cat. And after a while, blackface minstrel shows obviously fell out of favor and people just kind of forgot that they were like that. So the style of the character became solely associated with cartoons. And that's how we ended up with generations of these cartoon characters with these inexplicable white gloves. And again, many people will tell you, no, it's nothing to do with blackface. It's so that their hands can stand out from their bodies, but that's just not historically accurate. And here's the thing, I love animation like many people, and I love many of these characters. I'm not trying to get anything canceled. I just think it's important to be aware of these things. And real quick, if you like my videos and you want to see more in-depth writing from me, you can do that here.
Yeah, that's for sure. And so this was something that I knew obviously already, but it was very dope for him to like have it in a nice, concise video. But yeah, when it comes down to, you know, the ancestors and stuff like that and entertainment, you know, we talk about vaudeville, we talk about race records, we talk about race movies and stuff like that, minstrel shows. And so it was about the depiction of the ancestors. And so one of the things that you heard him say was about like the characteristics of the characters. It wasn't just the gloves. It was the actual things that they would do, their behaviors, like, you know, the mischievous trickster and stuff like that. And think about all of the poppin', you know, characters like a Bugs Bunny or a Mickey Mouse or any of these people where they did little tricky things. They were mischievous. They got into all of these different things. So yeah, like if you want to go like to the totally negative side, of course, this is just stereotypes that they're putting on to black people, that they're mischievous, that they're, I mean, let's just be honest, criminal, right? So it's like when it comes down to that, it doesn't bode well. But like he said, it kind of just bled into the zeitgeist, and now it's just like this is just an artistic decision now that has just become a part of the zeitgeist. Like it's just become like what these characters look like, and it's literally because of the ancestors. You feel me? So I thought that was super interesting, and Sammy brought it back to my memory that I had this in my bookmarks, and I kept meaning to talk about it on the show. That's why I put it in the bookmarks, but I kept forgetting. Sorry, I'm trying to get this incense going. There we go. So that was that. But we got to go back to top of the show. Top of the bookmarks. Well, we can just do this. Let's see. Christian says, I'm not ashamed. Oh, wait. Memphis says Zero to Hero. That, yeah, I vaguely remember that, gang. I know Zero to Hero. I know that was like the montage song, I think, when he was going through all of his different trials and shit to get stronger and all of that. But Crystal says, I'm not ashamed to have a whole Disney playlist. Me either. I definitely, like I told y'all, the Jungle Book soundtrack, literally, there wasn't a month that went by this year that I didn't listen to the Jungle Book soundtrack. I really want y'all to know that I jammed that album. Like I jammed that shit like it's Reasonable Doubt, nigga. Like, so hold on, let's get back to the. So yeah, let's see. Sammy says a little wink and a nod that the Goof Troop cast are black. Yeah, hell yeah, for sure. Did you not see Powerline and those backup dancers? That's New Jack Swing. That's black shit. Like, ain't no white women dressed up like that. Ain't no white man with the fucking parts right here and all of that. That's a black man's haircut. You feel me? Not to mention the literal black skin. Cliff says those cartoons have valuable info and nostalgia. Shout out to Animaniacs and Pinky and the Brain for sure. You know, it's a deep cut that nobody talks about, and I find it hilarious because I always loved it. Historia. Historia. Did y'all not watch Historia? That was such a dope cartoon, and now that I realize it, I've always been a fan of history. Y'all never watched Historia? Loud Kiddington. Let's see, Historia. Oh, Jesus, what's going on? Yeah, man, Historia was that shit, dog. Historia was that work. Oh, it was Hysteria. Okay, it was Hysteria. So, yeah, they just talked about, so, okay, I could have sworn, hold on, gang. Am I tripping? Yo, I could have swore this show was called Historia, not Hysteria. It was supposed to be a playoff.
Now's the time to watch Hysteria, just like people in Bulgaria. It's a show that's beyond Bulgaria comedy, history with imbecility. Here's fucking time. No one's hairy or big.
Nah. Was it this show? Nah, gang. This ain't. Hold on. Hold on. Loud Kid. Yeah, Loud Kiddington. What show was this little nigga on? It couldn't have been. Was it called Hysteria the whole time? Yo, it was called Hysteria. I could have swore it was called Historia. Y'all remember it as Hysteria?
When the world had just begun, there lived a boy named Kiddington. He really stood out in a crowd. He yelled real loud, Loud Kiddington, the sound that he made.
Yeah, no. Loud Kiddington. Yo, Memphis, real talk, Mandela effect. Y'all tell me, am I tripping? Was it always Hysteria or was it Historia? Because I could have swore it was Historia. I've been saying Historia my whole... Nigga, they had an interview with not John Lennon, but they had an interview about Lennon in Historia. Oh my goodness, dog. This is bugging me out. This is legit bugging me out. I could have swore this cartoon was called Historia, bro. Thank you, Sammy. Sammy says, I think it was Historia too. I don't remember that shit being Hysteria. It was Historia. Because it was supposed to be a play on of Hysteria. Like, what? This is some bullshit. This is some bullshit, gang. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, shit, because it said on these, said this video was uploaded 15 years ago. I mean, shit, the Wayback Machine, they gonna just do the same shit, ain't it? That is crazy, son. That's crazy. My browser is acting like a... Yeah, I'm not in the Ethernet. I don't know. Oh, hold on. You got to call. All right, you got to call in. Hold on. All right, go ahead. The phone lines are open. 702-483-1566. The phone lines are open. This is crazy. Okay, my browser is acting goofy. Acting goof troop. That's crazy, bro. That is crazy. I always known it to be Historia. I've been saying that shit for years, bro. Like, it has to be Historia. Very strange. Very strange, man. Let me scroll back up to where we was. Hold on. Oh, yeah. So this is where we left off at.
The year 19...
Shit. I didn't see it ring. Oh, shit. I didn't see it ring. My fault. Let me call you right back. I did not see. That was crazy. I did not remember that. I did not remember that at all. I did not know they did an episode about motherfucking Lenin, Vladimir Lenin. That's crazy. And it don't seem like they was okay. Here we go.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Okay, here we go. Oh, God damn it. Why did it have me press 4?
Call from...
Oh, I hate how laggy this shit is. Hold on.
Accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
press 1. Why don't let me accept the call? What's going on?
I don't. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So yeah, what's going on, Crystal?
What the hell out of here, cat? Rude ass. Okay, yes, no, it was always called Hysteria.
Nah, gang.
Yo,
nah, man.
When you no, it was always called Hysteria. See how I spelled? So it was always called Hysteria, but like when you said Hysteria, I got so hyped because I always bring this cartoon up, and a lot of people don't remember it. But this is the cartoon where I learned about smallpox blankets. Like, they told a lot of truth on Hysteria, interestingly enough, for a cartoon at that time.
I ain't even gonna hold you. I could have swore it was Hysteria, but it's all good. I may remember wrong. I think Memphis or somebody says, I think Sammy said he remembered Hysteria too. But yeah, like when it comes down to the actual content of the show, regardless of the name of it, yeah, I learned a lot from this show. I did. And it's like it was the precursor to how like I like viewed history and had an interest in history, because there was another cartoon, I don't know if you remember this one, when it was a robot, a spaceman, and a little boy, and they traveled through time and they dealt with different historical figures and shit like that. What was that shit called?
Yeah, that was the older one. I think you're talking about the one from the 70s.
No. It was like a early 2000s, late 90s joint. It was like time travelers. Hold on. Time travelers.
I have to look that one up. But no, yeah, oh yeah, Sammy. They talked about smallpox blankets. That was like the first time I ever heard about the smallpox blankets was on Hysteria.
Yeah, they got into a lot of shit. I want to say they got into a lot of Native American and shit.
Slavery.
They
did an episode on the Underground Railroad and all. Yeah, they.
Yeah. Hysteria was at work.
For a cartoon.
Yeah, nah, that shit was fire. I'm trying to hold on. I gotta look at this shit. Look for
at
this
that
shit.
Time.
Yeah, son. Hysteria was at
People
work.
don't remember it. I'm like, no, that cartoon was really good, and they really talked about a lot of cool shit that, we definitely wasn't learning in school.
Yeah, absolutely not. They weren't teaching that shit in school. Like the subject matter specifically. Like I didn't remember that Vladimir Lenin episode. That shit is fucking crazy. Like because that's why I wanted to watch the whole segment, because I wanted to see what the takeaway was. Because of course the gag is that I thought he was John Legend and shit like
Planet. That was propaganda.
You feel me? That's why I'm like, I don't
Captain
know.
Planet, I didn't know when I was a kid, but now that shit is propaganda as hell.
Yo, Captain Planet. So let me let y'all know something. I was never a fan of overly positive cartoons. Never. I thought they were cheesy. I thought they were fucking corny. I didn't like it. So the Planeteers and Captain Planet, I thought were a bunch of fucking corny ass goofballs. I did not like them. I never liked Captain Planet. Never. That wasn't my shit. The theme song is it's cool, but when it comes down to each episode, motherfuckers is fighting pollution and shit like that. Like they ham-fisting all of these different values on me. When I feel like a cartoon is being too preachy, I was like, I'm cool with that shit. Like I don't want to listen to that shit. So Captain Planet was definitely on the bottom of, like, you know how when you flipping through the cartoon channels, you got Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, Disney.
Children on here, like there's enough people on the planet. We don't need more. Like I saw a recent clip of an old Captain Planet episode where they were saying, no, we don't need any more people on the planet. That's enough.
What?
I see if I can find the clip. But they were like, yeah, we don't need no more kids. Like Captain Planet was propaganda as hell.
I believe it. A bunch of tree hugging shit. And that's why I was like, yeah, I couldn't get into it. I'm trying to find that other cartoon that I was telling you about because there was another thing. Do you remember Peabody and Sherman? From like,
yeah, that's
Rocky and Bullwinkle.
That was from the 70s, so that's a little bit before me, but I remember it.
Yeah, I remember that shit just because like, and don't get me wrong, like, Time Squad. That's what it was called. It was called Time Squad. Time Squad. Let me pull that up. That's what it was. Let me show y'all. Y'all didn't watch Time Squad, gang? This was my shit. Like, I really, like, it didn't really dawn on me until now that I really fucked with historical based cartoons. Dead ass. This right here, y'all. Y'all never seen this? This is that shit right here. Yeah, and they will have, you know what I'm saying, all different types. So, like, this one is talking about Abraham Lincoln. The next one was Eli Whitney, Napoleon Bonaparte, Fraud or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this was all historical shit.
Right in vain that this nation shall have a new birth of freedom. And
so yeah, like this shit is this is what I came up on. So yeah, it's 9:30. We 3 hours in. We gotta get to the subject matter. I ain't gonna lie. I'm floating off of this shit. We ain't even get. I gotta finish these bookmarks at the very least. I definitely.
You want to have a controversial take on a cartoon?
What?
To get into it, the Proud Family.
What about the Proud Family?
That watching it as an adult, interestingly enough, it makes the dad look stupid. The man of the house looks stupid. They belittle and disregard him. The mother talks about him like garbage, like controversial take. But it was propaganda too. But we can have that conversation another time.
Mm. So, okay. So I will say this: that was kind of the trope. I won't lie. That the dad was a bumbling idiot and shit like that. And you talking about the original one. You're not talking about the one that just came back and shit, right?
Oh, the one now is just super woke, but same kind of lessons apply.
Yeah.
Just this time they have more blatant, like, LGBTQ.
Really? I'm not surprised at all. Not surprised at all that they would be shoehorning that shit into it. And it's like, so Oscar, what did Oscar do? Do anybody remember Oscar's job?
He owned his own business, but he wasn't good at it.
Okay. Because
the mother was a veterinarian. She made most of the money. She made most of the decisions. I mean, and that was a trope across a lot of TV shows around that time. The father's an idiot. The mother is like the greatest thing since sliced bread. Then in his case, his mother like favored the brother more than him. Like, they were very disrespectful to Oscar. But, as a kid,
you just laugh at the shit. Yeah.
But looking at it now, like, whoa, this was. I mean, but it was definitely par for the course for TV shows and cartoons around that time. I mean, they had the little gay kid, get over here, too, but it wasn't as blatant as it is now.
All right, we'll have to watch a clip real quick.
Trudy, people who move in the middle of the day want you to be nosy so they can show off all their stuff. And wow, check out the wife. I mean the widescreen TV.
Oscar, what is that?
It's the new 84-inch man screen, 8,000 fully equipped with a satellite dish and pizza maker. It's got everything a guy needs to watch TV.
Big deal. You'll still fall asleep on the couch watching it.
Not anymore. I love this thing.
Camping. Does it get any better than this, my friend?
No kids, no noise, and the best part, no nagging wife. Pass the popcorn.
Thank you, Trudy.
Trudy! Sunset?
camping trip, huh?
Nagging wife, huh?
Baby, I can explain.
Yeah, I see it. So, yeah, I do remember that dynamic. I do remember Oscar being kind of like a fuck up. I do remember Oscar being like a fuck up. I ain't gonna lie. I do remember that. Is Crystal on the line? Am I tripping?
No, I'm still here.
Oh yeah, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure. I was like, oh shit. Sammy says, yeah, I didn't like how they teased the father about not having a job. Her job joke. They use. Oh, okay, yeah. PJs and the Projects was another one watched on the WB back in the day. PJs was good. I fucked with PJs. I actually recently rewatched PJs. I want to say within like the last couple years. It holds up. I mean, it's talking about abject poverty and shit like that. So, you know, it's going to be a lot of stereotypical tropes and shit like that. But it was all right. I mean, I would prefer the PJs over Good Times. I can tell you that.
Oh, facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Don't forget to play that clip from that trailer.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm playing that shit. That's on there. So, yeah, what we got next? We done, this one picture. This one picture. This one picture of the kids all making pallets at Granny Crib done brought us all the way back to the 90s, man. Shout out to Crystal. Thank you for calling in, Crystal. Oh, man. All right. What we got next? What's next? Oh, bother. Let's look at this bullshit, y'all. This is the shit that I be talking about. So I thought Big Jacob the Silent was the latest lie, but that was not the latest lie. I want y'all to take a look at this bullshit.
Slave who turned his master into a scarecrow.
The slave who turned his master into a fucking scarecrow.
Happened in 1861 in the state of Arkansas. In 1861, Jefferson County, Arkansas became the site of one of the most inexplicable and terrifying episodes in American dark history. Known only through the private writings of a vanished minister, the real story of the slave who turned his master into a scarecrow defies classification. At the center of his world is Elijah, a grieving carpenter whose silent rebellion escalated into a campaign of symbolic executions, acts that turned men into effigies and fields into graves. The case was never officially solved. The official records were either destroyed or never kept.
Convenient. See, I love how this is the same shit with that hidden history shit. I love how official records and shit ain't never been kept, but a random motherfucker on TikTok can tell me about it. Go on.
But the diary of Reverend Alistair Finch, found sealed beneath the floorboards of a derelict church, offers a detailed, harrowing account.
And look at the fucking culprit of this bullshit. Look at the culprit.
Black AF History, the Unwhitewashed Story of America by Michael Harriot. It is an amazing book that contains the stories of our ancestors that they don't teach in the history books.
So that's the source, Sammy. Black AF History by Michael Harriot. Now, we've gone over this book already. This is where Big Jacob the Silent is from, and all of those ridiculous, egregious grammatical and punctuation errors are in, right? We talked about this shit. I ain't about to keep listening to this shit. She's talking pure fucking nonsense, so we can let it play. So immediately, here's the reason why I don't fuck with AI when it comes to Black American history. And before motherfuckers say anything, in my earlier episodes, not the live shit, but in the earlier videos of Hotep History, I did use AI. Now, they were drawings. They weren't photographs. But even in then, I shouldn't have done it, right? And the reason why is because this picture wouldn't even fucking, this story wouldn't even have legs if it wasn't for these AI pictures. These are AI. And so this is the reason why, son. Because the person who's filming this shit is zooming in on the scarecrow like it's authentic and shit. This picture is fucking fake. And so I want y'all to know that photographs are official record and documentation. So if this is supposed to be the black man who turned his slave owner into a scarecrow, there are several things that you need to realize had to have happen for this to fucking even make it to 2025, right? One, that a white person had to photograph this person. You feel me? Knowing that the scarecrow standing or the scarecrow on the post next to this black man is a white man, just with straw and shit like that. Then, when there's no other official record other than a photograph, now I have to assume that everybody was smart enough to take a picture, but not smart enough to write something down. You want me to believe that shit? You want me to believe that nobody wrote this shit down, or if they did, the official records have been destroyed, but the photograph lives? Because again, they are expecting you to think that photograph is real. They're not even presenting it to you like, oh, this is just a reenactment or a digital composite of what this may have looked like. They are presenting that to you to be like, yo, this is an authentic photograph of the man who turned white people into, or his slave master into, a scarecrow. A fucking scarecrow, bro. Like, I love the fact that you niggas think that your ancestors were these like weird ass mythical creatures and shit like that would be able to do these types of things under like direct, like under, like literally being enslaved, like Big Jacob the Silent being able to crush the skulls of 9 white men who previously owned him. So he crushes the skull of owner number 1, and they just like, oh no, we're just gonna sell him to the next person. And then he crushes the skull of owner number 2. And this is supposed to just keep fucking happening. And nobody's panicking. Nobody's writing this shit down. And it finally makes it to the nigga that wrote this book, Michael Harriot. That's what y'all expect me to believe. That it bypassed all of the institutions of higher learning. It bypassed all of the authors and historians. It bypassed all of these different people who would have documented this shit without a fucking doubt. And the thing is, what I find hilarious is, fuck the white people. Why didn't the ancestors write about this man? If black people can write about, if black people in Massachusetts can write about black people in Tennessee, if black people in Mississippi can write about people living in California, why couldn't a black person write about these people in history? I promise you, the ancestors, if the ancestors knew of a nigga that was 8 feet tall and crushing the skulls of slave owners, black people would have wrote this shit down, and they would have told every black baby that they came in contact with. This is one of the first stories that they telling them. Yo, I should let you know that there's an 8-foot black man who was crushing the skulls of his oppressor. That'll be one of the first stories that they tell the babies. Why didn't any of these stories survive? And then out of nowhere, accompanied by fucking AI photographs, did these stories just randomly start popping up? It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. And so now this shit is 3 for 3 with bullshit. 1 was that motherfucking Big Jacob the Silent shit. 2 was all of those grammatical and punctuation errors. And now 3 is that the slave who turned his master into a scarecrow. And you know what even more fucked up? Do you know what's even more fucked up, chat? Is that unfortunately, the opposite is actually true. The opposite is actually true. Sorry about that. So here we go. So this is it right here. Now you see Story of Elijah, Facebook. Listen, if the first link to whatever these motherfuckers is telling you is a Facebook post, y'all think that I be picking on Facebook, right? That I just be kicking Facebook's back in. No, this is where these fucking lies are created. Okay? Look at the title of this page. Teaching Black History Facts What America doesn't want you to know. This is how they fucking frame this shit. And I know for a fact it's the same fucking video. And then you got what? 1861 Arkansas. The slave who, like, it's the same. Look, no books, no nothing. The scarecrow racial justice is not the same thing. The sons of the ex-slaves have been to school and studied the same books that were studied by the sons of their parents' former masters. That's it. It had nothing to do with fucking scarecrows. For real, like literally. However, there was a black man by the name of John Andrew Jackson whose slave owner actually did make him do this shit. And it's actual, like, you know, sources for here. Sources. But anyway, it says Jacob's first job, I'm saying Jacob because of fucking Big Jacob the Silent. It says Jackson had a condescending relationship with his owner and mistress, as many slaves did, although he was the primary object of their ire. He grew up surrounded by brutality. For example, his master would whip Jackson for his disobedience. Jackson's first job was being a scarecrow in the cornfields. He would stand every day posing as a scarecrow in the hot Carolina fields. When he was older, he was ordered to manage the plow, but due to his lack of strength, he was unable to manage the plow effectively. Despite this, he attracted a woman named Louisa Clifton, who later became his wife. Now, again, I don't even know how true this shit is, but at least there's some type of, you got a PDF from this year. From who? Digital History, Chapter 5. So let's see if this is in here. Nope, Scarecrow's not in here. So this may be bullshit too. We're going to fact check it in real time. Yeah, we're not even seeing. Look, this is just made up. There's no notation to this shit. So even on the other side, this shit made up. You see what I'm saying? I don't believe that the ancestors turned a cracker into a scarecrow, and I don't believe a cracker turned the ancestors into a scarecrow, because there's no source that says that happened. There's no source that says that happened. Look at these references. Look, the experiences of a slave in South Carolina, John Andrew Jackson. Why is that not in here? So we got John Andrew Jackson up here. Wait, sexual relations between elite white women and enslaved men in the antebellum South, a social historical analysis. What the hell is this? What the hell? Who wrote this? What is this? Okay, it's a study. Written by Anon S. Anon. Jeez. What does it say? The abstract says, there is ample evidence of sexual relations from rapes to what appeared to be relatively symbiotic romantic partnerships between white slave masters and black women in the antebellum South. Much rarer were sexual relations between white women and black slave men, yet they too occurred. Using an intersectional socio-historical analysis, this paper explores the factors that contributed or may have contributed to the incidence of sexual encounters between elite white women and slave men, the power dynamics embedded in them, and the implications in terms of sexual consent. The paper demonstrates how upper-class white women who engage in these relationships use sex as an instrument of power, simultaneously perpetuating both white supremacy and patriarchy. Jeez. Anon S. Anon. That's very... I don't know about that. So, yeah. More just ahistorical nonsense. Not that study. I haven't read the study. I guess I'll get to it at some point. Let's check the chat. Yes, Sammy. Michael Harriot yet again. He strikes again. Crystal says, why she sound like that substitute teacher who got fired for recording the students? Oh my goodness, man. I ain't gonna lie though, man. I get that the book, because the book doesn't seem impressive to me, but I study history, so it's different. And I told y'all, motherfuckers just want feel-good stories, and I'm not mad at that. That's why we come here to Hotep History. We're just watching a whole bunch of Disney classics and shit and reminiscing about our childhoods and shit. So I'm not mad about the good vibes. What I am, always going to not fuck with is the fact that people are lying to get this good feeling. You don't have to make up this mythical these supernaturally powered Negroes of the 19th century. Like, you don't have to do that, bro. Like, we don't have to make up an 8-foot tall slave who crushed the skulls of 9 white men. We don't have to make up a story of a slave turning his owner into a scarecrow. Because I'm telling you, if these things actually happened, they would have been international news. These wouldn't have been these little isolated incidences. Like, everybody would have wrote about it, bro. Like, y'all have to, not y'all, but people have to realize that just how diverse in thought people are today, there were white people that if they would have saw a big black nigga crush the skulls of 9 white people, they would have wrote about it objectively. They wouldn't even been like, oh, this is racially motivated or nothing. Like, yo, we are just talking about how strong this motherfucker is. This nigga is 8 feet tall, and he has the ability to crush skulls with his bare hands. That needs to be written about. But y'all, not y'all, but these people, they get told that every white person thought the same. Every black person thought the same. So every white person had to be like, yo, we all have witnessed this gigantic Negro crush the skulls of white people. And we all agree, none of us disagree at all, that we are never going to utter this story. Never. But then miraculously, through the due diligence of some random Negro in 2025, they unearthed this story. You can't have it both ways. Either all white people said that we are never talking about this shit, which then you would never know it. You feel me? And that it has to include black people too, that black people who were slaves with him would never talk about this story. So we got racial solidarity between whites and blacks to never talk about Big Jacob the Silent. Whites and blacks agree, like, yo, we're never going to utter this story to another motherfucker. It's all just us. So white people agree, black people agree to never talk about this shit. And then for some reason, this story fucking makes it to your desk. Come on. The internet didn't know who the fuck Dr. S.D. Redman was. And he existed in real life. You feel me? They talked about him all of the time. Look up his name in the archives, he comes up. Look up his name on Google, he doesn't come up. I looked up, I didn't want to, but I looked up Big Jacob the Silent, and then nothing came up. Nobody ever heard of that. Because I'm telling you, when it comes down to this shit, the actual primary source where you would have gotten this from, that would have been the first thing. Now, you would have led with that. But, official records and official documentation have been lost to time. Man, shut the fuck up. If it's been lost, how the fuck you know it? I don't. Nobody has been able to explain to me that cognitive dissonance. How is it that you know it, but nobody else from the time of today to 1861? So you got 1861 to 2025 that you the only nigga that came across this story. Like, come on, son. Please, unless this is some family history, like, yo, my great uncle did this crazy ass shit, you feel me? And you're telling it, then that's one thing. But you're not about to tell me about a random Negro from the 19th century and how they was getting it done and all this other shit, and then you the only nigga that got documentation or any knowledge of this shit. Nah, you can get the fuck out of here with that. So that was some bullshit that I wanted to show y'all. Is some bullshit. This book is 3 for 3 for just terrible fucking takes and lies. What we got here? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hold on. Nah, I don't give a fuck how long this show go. I'm doing what I want. I'm doing what I want. The man is home. The wave is home, man. Now, y'all don't know this, but like, when it comes to my favorite rapper, y'all know that Spitter is my favorite rapper and shit like that. But Max Biggerville, Matt the Boss Dawn, the Silver Surfer. Before it was Spitter, it was Max B. You hear me? And you know what I fucking love? Is that Spitter is a huge fan of Max B too. And so we here, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't even know what song to play because when he came home, okay? When he came home, I was playing nothing but Nothing but Max B joints all day long. Welcome home, Max B, man. Welcome home, Max. Oh, man. The streets missed you, bro. The streets missed you. I ain't gonna lie. So we're gonna go to the obvious record. We're gonna go to the obvious record because listen, man. Listen, the wave is home. The wave is home, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, man. Come on. She said,
why you do that? I said I'm sorry, baby. That was big and really not Charlie, baby.
Come on.
Why you do that? She said, don't call me, baby. Don't categorize me with all your ladies. Why you do that? I tried to tell you before, early on, but you wouldn't listen. Why you do that? V12 on 24s with plenty holes in the shoes. Yeah, doing 95 in the bands. See the feds on my ass, like the blood hit the music. Then I step on the gas. Now I'm speeding in the lane as if I had a quota. Got my bitch, she shot good, a pizza and a cola. She don't panic at all. My baby play it cool. It don't matter, police and know she's spraying the tube. It was just like yesterday when I gave her the penis. She stroked my ego when she called me a musical genius. What you give me credit for? Baby, I ain't shit. 274 pounds, baby, that ain't piff. Bigger belly, that type of nigga that ski off the tube. Raid the cabinets in the fridge and need a bowl of food.
Come on now. Y'all know nothing about this.
With a B10 engine sitting on 20-inch Pirellis, baby girls ready. And
I was a shit. Come on, man. Y'all don't know nothing about Max Biggerville, man. Hold on. I got another one for you. Max home. Max B is home. Let's go. Come on. Talk to him, Mac.
I can make a transition in a flash. I'm about to be in positions that get you niggas mad. I be in position just sitting in the Jag. Seat back, I'm shitting, just sipping on the glass. Don't let your pride stop you from kissing the little ass. The fellas looking good, they selling cook in the hood. They getting a little cash. I predicted it in the past. When the cash flow come, we gon' be getting it fast. Chop your fingers, you try dipping my man. Flow stay fresh, just like I keep them in bags. Blow a couple K on my jewels, couple K on the bags. Left his body in the duffel, a couple days in the stash. Lime like gators, big pimps, we running through towns like Vegas. Big shrimps, I run through your lines like raiders. Your mom's at the funeral, beating on your corpse, screaming why like Jada, why? Now I done told y'all niggas in 2004 we ain't them niggas to fuck with.
Come on.
Now I done told y'all niggas if you fucking with the hoes then you're pressing your luck, bitch. I'ma pop the trunk and then cock the pump and do lots of dumping in. We don't never leave them phones at home. Y'all niggas better leave them boys alone.
Sing it if you know it.
Y'all better leave them boys alone.
Come on, man. Y'all don't know. Let's go. Max is home, man. Welcome home, Max B. Max B got jammed up about 20 years ago in a botched robbery. Somebody ended up dead. He ain't do it. And he had to take the fall forward and shit like that. He home. I'm so happy to see Max B home. He came home to a Jets game. The Jets won. Apparently, the Jets haven't won a game since January. You feel me? My nigga Max B is home. Let's go. Let's go, man. I'm sorry. This is my joint. We got to play it.
I put the G on the game, the P on the pimpin'. Here's a few things that I'm eager to mention. It's a #1 slot and I need the position. Trinkets on the watch and I need a neglection now. See how I get flossy with the thing. Cook up a pot of shells, get saucy with the thing. Yeah, niggas glossy in the chain. No bars, just bogeys and coffee in the range. The V like 3, so is the oak wood. Jeans like 3, but they hold up the toast good. Fiends like me, cause they know that the coke good. Pay a nigga on credit, then hit you my dope good. Streets love a nigga, they don't want us to leave. The fucking labels up top, but want to front us the cheese. She, I got 100 of these. Street treats, raw dope, charge 100 a key. Let's go. Now I done told y'all niggas in truth that.
Come on, Jason. Said I haven't heard this song. This is high school. Let's go. Middle school, man. That's what I'm talking about. They don't know about Max.
I'ma pop the trunk and then cock the pump and do lots of dumping in. We ain't never leave them chromes at home. Y'all niggas better leave them balls alone.
Come on, nigga with me.
Y'all better leave them balls alone.
Hold my black man on. All them niggas. I see you, young Moses. That's
Come
my
on,
boy.
man.
One
more time.
Y'all better leave them balls alone.
That street life money, you understand?
They don't know about this, Jay. They don't know about this. They wasn't outside.
Y'all better leave them balls alone.
Come on, man.
Grown and sexy on.
Yes, sir.
Tipsy. Do the next thing out, man. The beast mode boys.
Y'all better leave them balls alone.
We fucking with them niggas, man. Father gun niggas, man.
That's my childhood, man. Oh, I could do a whole Max set. I'll be here for hours, man. Let's see. What we got? So Max B home. Welcome home, Max B. Long time coming. We've been waiting. Welcome home. Yo, this is what's next on the docket. Look at this shit right here, chat. Look at this shit. Why did I click that? I don't know why I clicked that. I meant to click the picture. But the caption says, my mom bought a 1,600 square foot home and was giving two very spoiled little boys every shoe and toy they wanted, making $66,000 a year in the 90s. Now, before we continue, Sammy, you already know what I'm about to ask you to do. I'm going to give you the date real quick. What year are we dealing with? Did they give us a year? I know one of these shits gave us a year. Y'all better leave them boys alone. Oh, man. I think it was 1995. So $66,000 a year. Matter of fact, just rounded off to 70. $70,000 a year in 1995. What's that adjusted to for inflation, Sammy? 70,000 in 1995. Jason says, yeah, man, I never knew who it was because my brothers had it in CDs and never let me touch them. Shout out to your brother for putting you on to the bigger veil. You feel me? Silver Surfer. So yeah, she was the mom was working at Lockheed Martin in the 90s, making $66,000. And, you know, the entire point was that, you know, the cost of living is extremely high, even in comparison to, you know, just the 90s. Sammy says 70,000 in 1995 is worth basically $150,000, $148,807. So that's the reason why. I told y'all my OG, my uncle who took care of me, he was making about $200,000. In the late 90s, early 2000s, and that you might as well have been a millionaire. You feel me? Making $200,000 a year in the late 90s, early 2000s, bro, you might as well have been a fucking famous rapper or an athlete. You feel me? He said 66,330 in 1995 is worth 141,000. So that's what she was really working with. That's what she was really working with. And you know what? They did the same thing for video games. Everybody's talking about how much cheaper video games were and shit like that. And it's like, nah, man. Like the video games were $100 back then, and now they're $60 because adjusted for inflation, you know, it would be, you know, $100. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So yeah, I just thought that was super interesting. Super interesting. That wages have not gone up and not have kept up with inflation whatsoever. And you people must gain a skill or hone a skill that is going to pay the bills. It is the only way. Okay, the only way. What we got next?
Okay, we got a lot. I didn't realize how many points I was making. Look at that scroll bar. We got so much to get to. It's already 10 o'clock. All right. We'll save this. We'll save the news for another time. We got to get to it. I know that we having fun. I mean, it ain't no rush and shit, but I do want to tap into some of this. I gotta, sell this thing. People watching this a month from now gonna be like, yo, these niggas just talked about, he broke down the Jungle Book for 20 minutes. God damn, boy. You feel me? And I ain't gonna lie, it's really the lag. But it says from North Carolina to Mississippi, black-owned farms are filling the gaps left by SNAP funding delays. And that title, I didn't read the article. I have not read the article, but that title warmed my heart because that sounds exactly about ancestral, don't it? It sounds exactly like how the ancestors were moving. You feel me? You know what I mean? All right. Fuck it, y'all, man. We gonna do it the way we do it. There was another episode where that happened too. I think we were supposed to be talking about the Harlem Renaissance, and we never got to it because I was just ranting. Okay. So here we go. It says black-owned farms fill gaps left by SNAP funding delays. Okay. From North Carolina to Mississippi, small businesses work to feed their communities while benefits are paused. Okay. Let's see. Cherie Jazar, a North Carolina farmer, has become a lifeline for area residents as the Trump administration has delayed funding the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, aka SNAP. Many of her customers are seniors who often live on fixed incomes and rely on SNAP. With the rising costs of food, she said, it has been difficult for the elders in the community to purchase produce or meats. For months, she and her family have given free bags of produce to elderly residents in the historic West End of Charlotte, a majority black community. They run Deep Roots CPS Farm and have gifted people collard greens, kale, and radishes. Other times, they gave away fruits like strawberries and blueberries. Especially in times of crisis, you definitely need institutions like farms led by people who care about the people that they're providing produce to, Czar said. That's a fact. That is a fact. Okay. Now, let's see. Now, as Congress inches closer to a deal that could reopen the federal government, it is uncertain when SNAP payments could arrive. Jazar said she knew she and her family had to continue their work. In partnership with the Charlotte Mecklenburg Food Policy Council, Jazar joined other growers to provide financial assistance to SNAP participants. Residents can double their spending at their local farmers market or farm stands through a national incentive known as the Double Up Bucks food program. The policy council gives each customer wooden tokens, and if they spend $40, they will receive an additional $40 to spend. So, sounds pretty ancestral to me. I told y'all that the ancestors used wooden nickels, wooden tokens back in the day. Sharecroppers used them. Okay? And so you see what happens when the government backs the fuck off? The people become the government. See how quick that happens? Quick. You feel me? Let's see. The Charlotte Mecklenburg Food Policy Council. Let's see what's that about. Let's look into that. It's dedicated to creating a sustainable, equitable, healthy local food system in Mecklenburg County. I don't know. Is this government? Let's see. Let's go to the About Us. Let's see how they started. How they found it. Exists to advocate for policies that build a sustainable, equitable, and healthy local food system. The goals of our council are to enhance the health of our citizens, strengthen local economies and market opportunities, and reduce hunger and food insecurity. Black as hell to me. Shout out to Aaron. All right, token white. They got the token white. You feel me in there? When were they founded? Can we get any history on them? I wanted to know the history. What's their initiatives? So this is a black, privately owned. Look at their initiatives. They got the SNAP Double Bucks, North Met Community Farmers Market, Seniors Farmers Market Nutrition Program, Community Fridges, State of the Plate. The State of the Plate report reveals the strengths and challenges of Charlotte Mecklenburg's food system. Look at this. I be trying to tell y'all, bro, when it comes down to ancestral black Americans, we still exist. We still exist. Immediately. And you know, instead of your fucking tax dollars going to the government, I'm pretty sure they would, 1% of your paycheck, 1%, 2%, 3% of your paycheck will probably keep this shit funded for the next 100 years. You feel me? This is what the people were doing. The government said, fuck y'all. So the people was like, you know what? Don't even worry about it. We'll feed you. We'll give you double for your motherfucking trouble. You give us $40, we'll give you $40 in wooden tokens. Let's see. While 2 federal court judges ruled the administration must fully fund the program by November 7th, using contingency funds from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, the government has not done so as of Friday afternoon. Late Friday, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, I heard she's a loser, signed an order. Well, only thing I heard about Ketanji is that she didn't know how to define a woman, which is terrible because she's a woman. Signed an order granting the administration a stay until the cases are held on appeal. The move allows the White House to press pause on distributing the aid. Following the order, Patrick Penn, the USDA's Deputy Undersecretary for Food, Nutrition, and Consumer Services, issued a memorandum that demanded that regional directors, quote, immediately undo any steps taken to issue full SNAP benefits. In the memo, he wrote that failing to comply with the agency's guidance could result in financial penalties. However, grocers and farmers like Jazar are filling the gap. Quote, we have always been rooted in the community, and we will never stop doing that, no matter if SNAP is paused or continues to go on. Real talk. That's what I'm talking about. I don't care how we got here. That's just some other shit. You know, everybody got to get their news off. I want to learn more about them. Yeah, this is all governmental shit. Don't care about that. I care about this business. Food businesses, philanthropists help their neighbors. That's what I'm talking about. We need to get to that part. In Oakland, Mississippi, a black-owned nonprofit grocer is providing 30 food boxes a month to households with children and older people. For $30, residents can purchase an additional box. One health center in New Haven, Connecticut is offering food vouchers to current patients, which can be redeemed at local grocery stores. Other stores and restaurants across the country have offered discounts. Billionaire and media mogul Tyler Perry donated $1.4 million to food banks and organizations in Atlanta and Los Angeles. Thank you, but fuck out of here, Tyler. Sorry, bro. Thank you. For real. That's great work. I'm not mad at the 1.4 going to those 2 cities, but son, again, I have high expectations and high standards for the ancestors. I know motherfuckers like, he didn't have to give nothing and all this other shit. Listen, bro, people are going hungry. All of that, you know, just be happy that I'm here shit is not enough. And this is, again, Tyler Perry is off the hook more than anybody else because I didn't read anybody else's name. Black wealthy people, you know, giving anywhere near $1.4 million. So Tyler Perry, if he doesn't give another dime, he's good. He, you know what I'm saying? For 2 cities, 1.4 million, 700,000 each city. You feel me? He's at least doing something. So I'll give him credit for that. But it's like, I don't really be liking too much of the brag, not him, so to speak, but the fact that our 1% Black Americans, you know what I'm saying? Our Black Americans that are in the 1%, anywhere between the 5 and the 0.1% of the country. You feel me? It should have been immediately filling in the gaps. 1.4 million. Like, honestly, I think that the wealthy of Black America could have gotten up at least $100 million. Across the country, thousands of however many Black millionaires and shit like that. Like, yeah, $100 million shouldn't have been hard to come up with at all. But shout out to Tyler Perry because he's the only name that I've read up here. So I'm not about to sit here and shit on him. And he the one that gave $1.4 million. But, you know, I be knowing that these motherfuckers spend more than that for recreational shit. And I know how the ancestors are when it comes down to philanthropy and looking out and social safety nets and doing all of these things for the community. That was number one for them. Meanwhile, the USDA issued a notice. Don't care. I want to learn about the Black people, not the government. The shortage of funds will create an increased demand for food banks and organizations such as Power and Changing, a diaper bank in South Carolina. Ayanna White, founder of the nonprofit, says she expects to see a surge in clients. While they are prepared to meet the need, they are stretched thin. So it's like, yo, y'all be worried about petitioning the government, and Ayanna White is waiting for y'all motherfuckers to hit off with a nice donation. Same thing when it comes to King Randall, Maj Toure. Like, yo, what do y'all think progress really looks like? How many times in the newspapers that we read, the old newspapers that we read, we'll be like, yo, we got a Black business that we getting off the ground. We offering capital stock. And $5 a share, $10 a share, $100 a share for this oil company, for this grocery store, for this clothing company, for this bank, for this school, or whatever the fuck it is. Like, yo, dog, you need to chip the fuck in. You're not going to be just, this shit. None of this shit falls out of the sky. I tell y'all this all of the time. That lamp post that you fucking, or light post that you walk past every day, the stop sign that you walk past every day, the concrete that you walk on every day, the sidewalk, all of that shit, somebody had to build that. Somebody had to intentionally put that there. It did not fall out of the sky. So the food that made it to your table did not fall out of the goddamn sky. Somebody had to intentionally grow that, intentionally package it, intentionally sell it. Somebody had to intentionally buy it, cook it, and put it and serve it to you. So many personal choices were made to get you fed tonight. And you don't see that Ayanna White and Cherie Jazar could use some of your funds? I donated to my peoples the other day. Not even to brag about it, but like, yo, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what community is about. Motherfuckers be trying to end poverty, end hunger, end homelessness, and all that other shit. And it's in our power. We have the power to do it right now. If we all pooled our resources together, and I'm not talking about things that you can't afford to live or do without. You feel me? That $1.4 million is not about to fucking harm Tyler Perry. He's not about to miss a meal because he gave up that 1.4. But what if everybody who can afford discretionary $1.4 million was able to give it? I give my, $140, or $1,040 or whatever, and everybody at their income level, they get their level version of 1.4, whether it's $1.40 or $1.4 million. Everybody chips that shit in. Just half the population. Fuck it. 25 million people gives their 1.4 in whatever context and whatever level of affordability, dog. We good. We fed. We might have to, make sure we do that again next year. But these businesses are booming. They're nonprofits. So, the men and women who run them, they're able to pay their rent or their mortgage based upon the support. They got to have a salary for the nonprofit and stuff like that. But people are fed. People are housed. People are educated. This is what the ancestors did, bro. They didn't wait and rely on external parties to get it done. We want to teach the babies, so we got to build the school. We want to feed the babies, so we got to grow food. It's not about beating the door of the government down. The only thing at this point you should be beating the government's door down for is to get your fucking money back. To have shrink that fucking government as much as you can. You feel me? Let's see. We are recognizing that food insecurity plays deeply into material need, and if you don't have the funding or any type of food, you are spending any funds you do have on food because you have to eat. Then the babies don't have diapers or things they need. Back in North Carolina, Jazar is preparing to continue to work to feed her community. And she said that we're going to do this work whether or not the government is shut down or not. Like, that's what the fuck, that's why we're here. To stand in the gap for people. And you know what's so funny about this shit? Hold on, let's finish this and I'll get to you. We have always sort of led with this understanding that our people face barriers to a lot of things. One of them is food and food access. The ones that are most vulnerable are our seniors who are on fixed incomes. They don't have the means to adjust their budget. They don't have the means to adjust their budgets because of high food prices at times. And so what do we just do? Turn our backs to them? She added, no, we think of ways that we can service them, and we're going to continue to do it in the future. Right on, man. Right on. Shout out to the people featured in this article. But I want to tell y'all something. This went viral, obviously, as it should be. But, yo, there were people in the motherfucking comments complaining, like, oh, here come black people to the rescue. It's like, yes, nigga. Nobody else is about to save you. Nobody else is about to come save you, gang. I don't know what you thought. You know what I'm saying? Look, black Americans saving the day again. It's like, who the fuck is else supposed to save black Americans? White Americans? Let's see. These are the comments. Yeah, so all the other ones was like, look at this shit. Black people always saving the day. Like, what the fuck does that even mean, nigga? Like, what is the condescension about? What is the condescension about, yo? I don't understand how you niggas is getting all indignant about this shit. Y'all didn't fucking grow no goddamn food and give it to elderly people. Y'all ain't help no fucking body. Niggas always got something to complain about, bro. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Black farmers, black produce, and, you know, black businesses and shit like that are providing all of this type of stuff for black Americans who are the most vulnerable. You feel me? The elderly and the very young. They're doing, and it's literally low pay or no pay at all. And y'all have, oh, here come black people saving the day. And they didn't do, and the thing is, they didn't read the article. Because every last one of these vendors or farmers was like, yo, we need your support. Please donate. Please donate. So all the people with black people saving the day, ain't nobody fucking donate though. Once we get off stream, I'll donate. The government back open apparently, but I'm still going to donate because I fuck with black farms. I want y'all to see what I be talking about. The ancestors are still here, man. The values, the traditions, the methods, the measures, the solutions did not die. They're still very much here. And all you got to do is go to the professions or go to the lifestyle, or go to the areas where the ancestors thrived at. Ain't too many new black type farmers because you got to do too much fucking work. Okay, unless you are about to basically be a black slave owner, you're not going to find no new blacks on the farm. It takes too much fucking hard work for a new black to do that. Hell no. Ain't no new black about to farm nothing. There's too much objectivity in being a farmer. Because the rain, the soil, the crop, the seed, all of that shit don't give a fuck about how you feel about it. You can't get theoretical when it comes to crops. It's either yielding or it's not. It's reality. It's nature. It's natural law. It's God. It's too objective for new blacks to thrive there. And not to mention, very labor intensive. Very labor intensive. Motherfuckers got to wake up 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning to make sure that they land is where it's supposed to be and don't get back into the bed until after 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Worked all day. You have no time to be a new black whatsoever. So shout out to all of the farmers, the black-owned farmers, the people that are standing in the gap and have been standing in the gap for the government. And this is what we were talking about as far as black Americans living under communism. They would rather the government do this than them. This is exactly what I am talking about. They would much rather the government take their land, because I know they don't say this shit out loud, but that's exactly what they want. If the government said, okay, we'll turn SNAP back on, well, we need to take the land of all of these black farmers. These same new blacks will be like, well, shit, you gotta do what you gotta do. Eminent domain, federal lands. Here, come on, government. They'd be the first ones to sell these people out. Yes, they would, because they rely on the government more than they rely on their neighbor. They rely on the government more than they rely on them fucking selves. So you already know. They want the government to continuously tell them what to do. They don't even care. They just want the results. They don't give a fuck about the means or the methods, just like the food. These black farmers care about the process on how to grow the food and get the food to you. All these motherfuckers want is the food on their plate. I told you, these are the same motherfuckers that don't even want to talk to the fucking Uber Eats person or the DoorDash person. They live like fucking decadent kings and queens from the 15th century in 2025. Can't even be bothered to talk to the peasant that brought you your food. So shout out to these black-owned farms for holding it down and keeping it ancestral in the things that they're doing, providing for their community. Providing for their community. This is exactly what their ancestors were doing. I'm so glad that this exists. Because I can pull up, you already know I could pull up Reverend Joseph H. Jackson and his farm in the 1950s and how he helped farmers, right? But I'm glad this is happening in real time. Just November 9th, this was published. It's November 10th. You feel me? So shout out to the people that keep it ancestral. Or you complaining ass, no work ethic having, no God in your life having, heathenistic, lazy, dependent, consumer-based bums. Nobody cares about what the fuck you think. Because if you were in this town and you had the ethics that you have, you be on their lawns. You be on their lawns begging for fucking food. And the people that you heard them say that they're focused on the most, they're focused on black people, black families, American families. But they're making sure that the elderly and the babies have food and diapers to survive. And she said, Ayanna, our wife said, listen, I know there's going to be a surge. I know there's going to be a surge. Now imagine if y'all would have been donating to these businesses all year round. Where it's like, oh, listen, man, we've been operating in abundance and surplus for some time now, for years now. We grow our foods, we get our supplies, we get our, our goods and like we do all of that stuff, and we get continuous support week in and week out, month in and month out, year in and year out. We continuously are getting tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of and millions of black Americans donating $1, $10, $100, $1,000, $10,000, $1 million, whatever it is, all year round. We're more than good because we're stewards with the money. We were operating on these super thin budgets, and now, through some type of renaissance of black American independent self-reliance and shit like that, we have been able to, we've gotten way more money than we ever thought. And now we get to serve our community. We can actually give away this, or we can actually expand it into another state or another city. We can buy more land. This is exactly what their ancestors did. And that's the reason why I be pushing the shit that I be pushing. Everything that the ancestors stood on, as far as black American advancement is concerned, is something that you can replicate. It's something that you can duplicate. And this is a perfect example right here. And I'm glad that it was worded this way. See, people don't understand. This is not even pimping right here. This is real shit. See, they fall for the pimping when you get some real shit and the title says, from North Carolina to Mississippi, black-owned farms are filling the gaps left by SNAP funding delays. And these motherfuckers heard SNAP funding delays. That's all they heard. Fuck everything that came before that. They only heard SNAP funding delays. No, I'm sorry. We don't have motherfucking artificial foods here. We got fruits, vegetables, and meat. You want some of that? We got fruits, vegetables, dairy, and meat. Come on through. We got you. That's your shit that actually, because that's Black American progress. You actually putting shit in your body that's going to keep you healthy. That's Black American progress as well. Sorry, we don't have Arizona teas. We don't have a bunch of chips and shit like that. We don't have snacks and cakes and none of that shit. We have fruits, vegetables, herbs, roots, dairy, and meat. The things that have sustained human life for thousands upon thousands of years. We got that shit. And motherfuckers, all they heard was SNAP funding delays. Because what if the government was like, you know what? We're not doing nothing. Yo, listen, we're not providing no more motherfucking food. Y'all go to these black farmers or go to these white farmers, all Hispanic farmers, wherever the fuck you at, give them your goddamn money. And that's how we gonna carry it. No more government assistance for you. But this is, even if outside of that, but this is what I am talking about. Black Americans, when they are faced, not even having their backs up against the wall, but when they are faced with the truth of, yo, I am not going to help you. Me, external party, I'm not going to help you. In this instance, it will be the government saying no more SNAP benefits. Did black people crawl up in a ball and die? Well, did the 5 groups, the industrious, commercial, professional, intellectual, political people, or the intellectual and political, fuck them. But the industrious, commercial, and professional, they didn't ball up into the fetal position and die. The black farmers was like, yo, we got to help the people. Yo, we're going to do a double up program to how much money that they have. We're going to become the welfare system. Because that's how the welfare system works, right? That's what, it's just reverse. In the hood, you sell your food stamps half off, right? $10, you sell $10 of food stamps for $5. They did the reverse. We'll sell you $80 of groceries for $40. Simple. We'll make up for it. Like, it's produce. We'll grow it again. It's fine. We got you. We'll create our own welfare system. Just like that. The minute the government said, fuck out of here, these people, these productive people, they was like, yo, we'll stand in the gap. We got it. We're going to make sure our elderly and our babies eat. They immediately got into action. Ain't nobody starve on their watch. Now you multiply that by, nationwide. All of the money that, as far as discretionary income, I'm not talking about your bills, I'm not talking about your expenses. The money that you're about to go smoke, that you're about to go drink, that you're about to put on your feet, all of that shit. The extra, DoorDash, all that other shit, your discretionary income. If a good percentage of that went to these initiatives, what do you think Black America would look like? So, let's go. Next one. Sorry, y'all. We are not going to be getting to. It doesn't seem like we're going to be getting to the institutions, but this is just as good. This is just as good. I'm not gonna lie. This is all good information. We had a good time here. It's at 10:30. I'm getting out of here in an hour, and even if I started right now with the materials, we wouldn't get through it. But I do hope that you guys have been enjoying yourself. Let's watch Matt Walsh get destroyed by Ryan Grimm. Look how quickly he capitulated. This clearly shows that these commentators are extremely ignorant and don't know basic history and politics. Let's watch.
Look at Haiti. What part of Haiti are you saying to yourself, we need more of that?
Beaches.
Well, we have more beaches than them too, right? Don't we?
Right.
We're a much bigger country.
We don't want a marine.
Hold on. I ain't even checked the chat. I'm sorry. We'll get back to Matt Walsh, ignorant ass, in just a second. Crystal says, I hate the mentality that farming is somehow demeaning and beneath us. Like, if those farmers didn't get up every day and do the things they do, the majority of us would starve. Would fucking starve. No, not figuratively, literally. You would fucking starve. You cannot subsist on red number 4 and yellow 15. You cannot subsist on sodas, chips, cakes, and shit like that. And even in that, There is, just believe it or not, there are some natural ingredients in that shit. You still need the corn. You still need, for all of that corn oil, all of the corn syrup, all of that bullshit that they turn corn into, you need corn, nigga. You need corn. This is why I said on the episode about Black American agriculture is that if you don't have healthy soil, you are going to die. I don't give a fuck how smart you are. I don't give a fuck about the technology you have. I don't care about none of that shit. If your soil is unhealthy and cannot bear fruits, it cannot bear produce, you're going to fucking die. Because you can't survive off water alone. You can't. You're going to perish. These people are the bedrock of civilization, let alone Black America or America. Civilization. The men and women who grow your food, no matter what country you live in, are the bedrock of your civilization. The bedrock. You cannot survive without them. They are literally up there with doctors, lawyers, and everybody else. That is how important. They're more important than those people. How about that? I can't think of too many professions that are more important than being a farmer and farming. Straight up and down. So when it comes down to this shit, like, people have to understand. People have to understand that you don't get to be where you are and how you are and all of that other shit without people like Miss Jazar and Anaya White and the other farmers and producers out there. And at one point in our history, this was the predominance of the people who got to work. If you were working in one of those 5 fields. We talk about it all of the time. So, thank you for that, Crystal. Ricky B says, doing for self in action. That's a fact. That's a fact. So let's get back to Matt Wars putting his foot in his mouth. Let's go.
Look at Haiti. What part of Haiti are you saying to yourself, we need more of that?
Beaches.
Well, we have more beaches than them too, right? Don't we?
Right.
We're a much bigger country.
We don't want a marine invasion and occupation of the United States that constantly decapitates governments and takes the money out of the country and saddles us with
we don't want the Clintons
debt
either.
from a revolution. Yeah.
Right. Although I don't. So you're saying that
we wouldn't want to be like basically a colony that the entire West spends 200 years punishing after the Haitian Revolution.
I get that. I understand that, but also at a certain
we
point,
wouldn't want that. No, yes.
We wouldn't want that, but I would also say that that's not entirely why Haiti's in the position that it's in. I mean, at a certain point, as a country, you have to stand on your own 2 feet and take care of yourself. And
but at what point is that they elect Aristide and we overthrow Aristide? Then they elect Jovenel Moïse. Jovenel Moïse is assassinated a bunch of people with American connections, and then we install in 2021, like the United States installed the prime minister that we just ousted. Like, so we could say, okay, yeah, you got to get over the 200 years ago, but like we're still doing it.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not in favor of. I'm very non-interventionist in my policies, so I'm not in favor of most of the things that we're doing in other countries.
We just made the new government in Haiti in a hotel room in Jamaica. And then we insisted that whatever government we made in Jamaica had to allow Kenyan troops to come in under the flag of the UN in order to go to war with the gangs.
Yeah, I'm not interested in, if it were up to me, I'm not interested in doing anything in Haiti. Like let Haiti be Haiti and take care of them. That's sort of my whole point here. Let them take care of themselves and their own problems. I'm also not saying that there's like never a scenario where we would let someone from Haiti into the country.
Yeah, that's exactly what the fuck you're saying. And I'm glad that this is the problem with conservatives. I've been saying this shit. Motherfuckers talk that pull yourself up by the bootstrap shits and then don't realize that your own government or your own people, you feel me, are the reason why you feel the need to even say that shit. The government intervenes. This is why I don't fuck with conservatives just as much as I don't fuck with the liberals. Because you motherfucker, I would say I don't fuck with the conservatives even more than I don't fuck with the liberals, because at least the liberals are moving the way that they said that they believe in. These motherfuckers really want to usher in a communistic Marxist regime, and they're going to do anything that they can to push that shit in. You motherfuckers talk about you want a limited government, and I don't want any intervention and shit like that, but then you hold Haiti accountable and shit like that, but don't hold your own government accountable. Which should be the first group of people you hold accountable? Not Haiti, fuck nigga. It'll be the government that is doing what it's doing to Haiti. That doesn't absolve Haiti from whatever personal responsibility or accountability they have for their infrastructure, their country, or whatever it is. But that also doesn't absolve your fucking government and your country getting involved. Directly involved. Your country, your government is the reason why we have the leader that we have right now. The leader that we had before him and before him. Because it behooves your fucking government, the one that you stand by, and the one that you want more, more limitations on, which is something that me and you, we should be on the same fucking page, Matt Walsh. If I'm Haiti and you, Matt Walsh, right, and you believe in limited government and you believe in conserving particular Christian principles and shit like that, please tell me why the fuck I'm arguing with you. What am I arguing with you for? Either you are for the government getting the fuck out of our way and stop doing what they're doing, which would then allow us to proliferate, advance, and progress ourselves, or you're sitting there telling me that it's all our fault, the government can do whatever the fuck it wants, and we supposed to just pick up the pieces after they come through and decimate this shit. But as you can see, he thought he was about to be able to either be in a place where he was going to be welcome but not challenged, or he didn't think that they were going to be able to have the whatever wherewithal, the mental wherewithal to be able to keep up with him in his fucking bullshit. Because again, these motherfuckers just reduce themselves to a bunch of talking points. They don't really believe the shit that they say. They're parroting a bunch of shit that their fucking overlords told them to say. The same motherfuckers who want, limited government be having puppet masters behind them. You feel me? They're a bunch of fucking frauds. You, Matt Walsh, should be on the side of Haiti. Because Haiti is saying, get the fuck out of our country. That's the thing. Y'all want motherfuckers to stay over where the fuck they at in their country, and then y'all won't leave them the fuck alone. Why the fuck is America meddling in Haitian elections? For what? For what? Then you fucking dilapidate the fucking country, the island, or whatever it is. Motherfuckers start making their way over here. Now it's all of a sudden, all stay your asses over there. You niggas are not consistent. You don't want limited government. You don't. You don't. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And y'all know I'm a proud American. Wouldn't want to live anywhere else in the world, excuse me. Proud American. But I actually want the government to get out of these fucking countries. All of them. We have absolutely no motherfucking business in Haiti if we're not going to help Haiti. What are we meddling in their elections for if we're not going to actually help the people? For what? So you can have a dickhead like Matt Walsh say, what about Haiti do we want in America? That's what he started when this is a clip, but that was what he started that statement with. This is in response to whatever the fuck they were saying to him. He says, what the fuck about Haiti do we want in our country? Somebody in good faith, I would have to assume, says beaches. Well, we got better beaches and bigger beaches. Anyway, we don't need their shit. Okay, heard you. Haitians don't belong here. That's what you're saying. So Americans don't belong in fucking Haiti. Show me the Haitians that are meddling in American elections. Show me the Haitians that are picking political leaders in America. Show me the Haitian cabal that is sitting there dictating who should be our president. But you sitting there grasping at the low-hanging fruit. That's why I don't believe these conservative people. By the time you got to the Haitians, you should have already been public enemy number one. Because you done shitted on the government before you even started to complain about Haiti. I'm consistent. I hold Black America accountable while also holding the government accountable and telling Black Americans to stop fucking with them. Stop being married to one party or the other. Stop thinking that the Democrats are the good guys. Stop thinking that the conservatives are the fucking good guys. You're the good guy. Whether you're liberal or conservative, you're the good guy. You have to save America. You. The government wants you dead. I just watched a video the other day, maybe even yesterday, with this white dude, big beard. He was just talking about how, like, yo, he did the research. And he was like, yo, America increased their funding on researching for cancer and shit like that. And since that time, 70 to 80% cancer deaths have gone up. By 70 to 80%, almost doubled since they were fucking using taxpayer funds to, quote unquote, study cancer. Almost doubled. Seems to me that Americans would be better off fending for themselves. We just seen another example of Black Americans being able to, be self-sufficient. Because I tell you like this, especially with people like Philip Lewis and shit, who has a large following, other people, if they get on the Breakfast Club and all of these different platforms that have hundreds of thousands and millions of fans, if they went on the Joe Budden podcast and say, hey, yo, we running a Black Farmers Initiative and we need all of your money. Hey, Joe Budden, you're a multimillionaire. You've just told New York Times you bragged about making $20 million a year. I know we can count on you for $1 million. Hey, Charlemagne, I know we can count on you for $1 million. Hey, iHeartRadio and Kevin Hart, all these other motherfucking people, I know we can count on y'all for $1 million each. I know we can. Y'all throw your money out whatever the fuck. Y'all buying new cars, y'all buying new clothes, y'all doing all of that shit. So I know we can count on the wealthy of Black America to hold us down. Because we not fucking with the government. So when I see these Matt Walshes and these talking heads and shit like that, you feel me? Like, I already know that they're frauds. Because your beef shouldn't be with Haiti or Haitians. Your beef should be with your own fucking government meddling in their elections, fucking over their infrastructure, fucking over their economy. Because didn't your political opponents fuck over Haiti? I remember when it came down to the Clintons, everybody kept talking about the Clintons in Haiti. It was all good to talk about the government then when it was the Dems and the Libs, right? Y'all motherfuckers are not consistent. You're disingenuous dickheads. Y'all don't really live like that. Y'all not really like that. None of these motherfucking conservative talking heads would want wants limited government. They want a bunch of conservatives running the government. That's it. That's it. Which is totally different than having a limited government. Conserving Christian American values. That's not what the fuck that is. Y'all just want a bunch of Trumps. Y'all want a bunch of what's the other motherfucker in there that they love sucking dick to? I forgot. But all of those conservative politicians and shit, that's what y'all want. Y'all want the House, the Senate, the local elections, everything just to be conservative. Because in your mind, that's what we really need. You're a sycophant just like the liberals. Or like H.A. used to say, liberals. The liberals. Y'all are no different. Y'all are the same. Because liberals don't give a fuck about the people. They want the proliferation of their ideology. And so if that harms children, if that harms women, if that harms families, if that harms communities, then so fucking be it, nigga. We trying to get this Marxist shit going. We trying to get this communist shit going. They already showed you. Listen. I know that you, your daughter, your wife, your niece are uncomfortable in the bathroom. But listen, man, my political ideology says that a man who identifies as a woman has every right to be in this woman's bathroom just as much as you. Each party, each side of the aisle does not give a fuck about you. They care about their political agenda over their own humanity, let alone yours. They don't fuck with you. You think that they do because there's certain points that they make you agree with. That's it. But I promise you, they will sooner sell you out and all of that other shit too than to actually lock arms with you against the things that they're actually against. I promise you that. I try to tell y'all this shit, man. These people are absolute fucking frauds. And they show y'all day in and day out whenever they're confronted with things that they believe versus what they know. They believe that Haitians are a fucking problem. Haiti is a fucking problem. You feel me? But they know that America is the reason why Haiti and Haitians are a problem. They know that. They want to act like they don't know that shit. And so they go on these different talk shows and shit like that and talk and talk and talk. And luckily, they were here giving them fucking pushback. And he 100% put his fucking foot in his mouth. He started with this shit. The clip is, 2 minutes long? 0:00. He starts the shit off saying, why the fuck do we want Haitians here at all? What do they have to give us? And then he ends the clip saying, well, I'm not saying that under no circumstance that Haitians couldn't come here. Put his foot in his fucking mouth. Immediately folded to his own goddamn points. Because they don't really believe the shit that they say, Chad. They're fucking frauds. They're only saying what their base is willing to, stomach. Or they're only, speaking to the echo chamber so they can keep getting paid and lining their fucking pockets. That's why they do what they do. That's why they do what they do. Not for the goodness of the people. Not to actually conserve American Christian values. No. It's to agitate you, anger you, and get you into a high emotional state so you can donate, buy merch, or whatever the fuck they doing. Subscribe to Daily Wire and shit. Line their pockets. And at that point, they no different than the libs. Zero difference to me. And I really wish more and more Americans could see it this way. That I don't fuck with the, what's the guy? Sam Sater or whatever this fuck his name is. I don't fuck with Sam Sater, and I also don't fuck with Matt Walsh. Both of them. I really be living that two sides or two corrupt wings on the same bird shit for real. I really be living that. I don't trust their party. I don't trust their ideology. What I trust are actions. What I trust are things that they act like objective truths that they're speaking. All of this subjective bullshit, I ain't with that shit. I ain't with it. At all. Next one. Let me show y'all. We still got more good news. You know I wasn't about to fucking end on no bad news. Hold on. Don't spoil it now. Don't spoil it now, sis. So we're going to get to it in just a second. You know how I was just talking that shit about the ancestors and I was saying all that shit about the black farmers and shit. Let's look at it. So we read the article, but let's look at how that actually would look in execution. Talk to them.
Twice a month, every single month, and now all year round, we transform this block that I own, this strip mall that I own, into the blackest farmers market ever. All black farmers and vendors popping up completely free of charge because I don't charge them $1 to be there. It is my gift to the community to welcome them into the space.
Free of charge. Free of charge. You see how private citizens are able to do socialism and it not collapse the fucking country? Because it's all through your own volition. She chose. She said, I don't charge them to be here, so they don't charge you to fuck with their goods and services. You know why? Because this is just an event, a weekly or bi-weekly or however many days per week billboard and advertisement to their business. Based upon the freshness of our produce and all this other shit. Completely free. Just like how Maj Toure classes are free. Based upon the donations that he gets. Same thing with King Randall, if I'm not mistaken. There's no tuition for his school. He's just getting donations from the public.
They sell everything from farm-raised eggs, all sorts of fresh produce, baked goods, cold-pressed juices, everything that you would want at a farmer's market, except it might look like a smaller footprint because we have a non-compete model, which means if one person is selling tomatoes, girl, bring something else because we don't want people competing in this space. But that is how...
More socialism. Non-compete clauses. More communalism, not communism, communalism. Yo, listen, we're not even about to do this. If you got tomatoes and we already got tomatoes, we're not even about to have y'all compete. We're not going to do that. Everything is for the love. For the love. We're not doing free market all of the way here. No. You may have, quote unquote, better tomatoes, but somebody already has that slot, and we're not about to get into that. We're not even about to get into that. Live and let live. I'm loving this so far.
Happening at Black and 4th, 2201 Channing Street, Northeast DC. We have vendors inside and outside. We have fitness classes that happen sometimes during our farmers market. Nobody charges you for the classes because I'm not charging them to be there. So
nobody's charging you to do yoga with the sisters. Just come through with your yoga mat, your water bottle, and have a good time.
It's a win-win for everybody. We even provide our farmers and our vendors with free tables and chairs courtesy of 876 Rentals, another Black woman-owned business who reached out and said, you know what, I want to support. I have tables and chairs. They're not being used on these days. Can my team drop them off and pick them up? Say less.
So now we're creating a network of Black privately owned businesses being like, yo, listen, man, I got tables and chairs for you. And, you know, based upon our schedule, it aligns perfectly. We'll drop them off and pick them up. Don't even worry about it. Obviously, the honor system, high trust was just don't break them. Simple adult agreement. They just don't break them. We'll drop them off. We'll come pick them up free of charge. Don't even worry about it. Don't trip. This is just like I told y'all when it came down to the most popular housewife contest. How all of these different businesses chipped in. The funeral home chipped in for the limousine. The Black radio station chipped in to interview the most popular housewife and give her flowers. Okay? The hotel chipped in to make her feel welcome in Memphis. Oh, these are all private Black businesses working together as a network to make one Black woman feel special for a weekend. One Black woman to feel special. So, of course, the Black businesses are going to come together for a whole entire community of people to feel better, live better, eat better.
So this has been a beautiful opportunity for us to show you guys what cooperative economics looks like.
Correct.
Every single day, not just something that we recite during Kwanzaa. And so I really hope that this catches on. I hope that you guys pull up, bring a friend, tell a friend, and come by. And our goal is to have everybody skip the grocery store twice a month and come shop with us.
Skip the grocery store twice a month. Come shop with us. We got you. Skip that. Don't even worry about going to the grocery store. We got your onions. We got your produce. We got your the dairy. We got you. Skip that. 2 times a month. We getting there. We building up. I think she said 2 Sundays out of the month. Because you know, this is the beginning. Humble beginnings. Now, if more and more DC, Maryland, Virginia residents come through, shop with them, build up, you feel me? What they have, we can more than likely get it to every Sunday. Come on now.
Market will be expanding. The offerings will be expanding. If you know someone who sells produce, dairy, or meat, tell them to reach out. They can join us at the market. We don't need anything else. Every time I say this, y'all start reaching out about your shea butter. We have enough.
I felt her with that. Because I know strict instructions, very clear instructions. But it was like, well, I got this whipped shea butter. And it's like, no, fam, no. We need food. We don't need no goddamn shea butter. Keep that. Trying to get your online sales off. No.
And we love you, but we are looking for produce, dairy, and meat vendors to join us at our markets. See you guys soon. Check your calendar, mark your calendar every second and fourth Sunday. And when you get there, you can come buy something sweet, which is our tea and coffee shop, and get a tea or coffee-based mocktail while you wait and to keep you warm, because we know that we are entering the winter months and we don't love being outside in the cold, but keep something warm in your hand and it'll make the trek through the market a lot cozier. Peace, y'all.
She's in DC. I know exactly when
twice a month. They sell everything from farm-raised eggs, all sorts of fresh produce, baked goods, cold-pressed juices, everything that you will want at a farmer's market, except it might look like a smaller footprint because we have a non-compete model, which means if one person is selling tomatoes, bring something else, because we don't want people competing in this space. But that is happening at Black and Fourth, 2201 Channing Street, Northeast DC.
Channing Street. The venue or the building is called Black and Fourth. Black and Fourth. I'm going to give y'all that address one more time.
Channing Street, Northeast DC in this space. But that is happening at Black and Fourth, 2201 Channing Street, Northeast DC.
2201 Channing Street, Northeast.
and forth, 2201 Channing Street, Northeast DC. We have vendors inside.
So that's them. Check them out. That's in DC, y'all. Come on, yo. I'm telling y'all, the solutions are among us. The solutionaries are among us. All you got to do is invest and tap in. These solutions are not free. While it may be given to you for free, you may be able to go to these vendors and get stuff for free. The operation to operate it is not free. So I'm pretty sure they're taking donations. They're looking for support. They're looking for more funding because they need to, grow and make sure that they're expanding. So shout out to this. Shout out to Black and Forth. Shout out to, she said, every second and fourth Sunday of the month. Okay? So every other week, they got you when it comes to produce, and it's free, largely. But make sure you tip when you go there, man. Make sure you tip when you go there. All right? What else we got? Sammy says shea butter and sea moss. Man, listen. Come on, more good news. Come on, man. We listen, man. I ain't got no time for that doom and gloom shit over here at Hotep History. I don't need to enrage you or sadden you to get your support. We talk that good shit over here. Now, I say it the way I say it because I'm me. But yeah, you see, it's good news. See, it'd be easy for me. Do this shit like the Hodge twins do, and Officer Tatum and all these other fucking bozos and shit, showing you a bunch of black crime on CCTV. You don't know if that crime was committed yesterday or 10 years ago. You don't know. You don't give a fuck. You just want to be able to put that out to your audience. I don't do that shit. If I'm gonna get some black news and put some black news on your radar, it's gonna be shit like this. Gina Merritt, a black American woman real estate developer from Washington, D.C. I didn't even peep how Washington, D.C. was winning tonight's good news. Is shaking up the real estate industry while already having raised $310 million since 2021. She struggled early in her career to secure funding for her projects, but now her firm has 17 buildings in the works across Ohio, Maryland, and Washington, D.C., with 1,200 affordable housing units in progress. Now, of course, I had to fact check this shit. So I did Google her. It is absolutely correct. Okay. Let me do the 310. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. When I get you back up off the wall, then get your feet on the floor. All right. Gina Merritt. Let's learn about her. 10 o'clock gang. I got a whole show for y'all. I might make it up to y'all tomorrow or something. I might give y'all a little bonus episode. Don't hold me to that because you know how I do. I be doing a whole bunch of work. So here we go. Black woman developer raises $310 million to fund affordable housing projects in male-dominated industry. This was written last December. We're a year late. I'm a year late. If y'all know about her, shout out to y'all, but I'm a year late to Gina's story. This was written in December. This is Black Enterprise. This was written in December of 2024. And we are in November of 2025. So I'm a year late, but let's go. Gina Merritt, a black woman affordable housing developer, is simultaneously disrupting a massive industry and raising immense funding. The actions are groundbreaking for the principle of Northern Real Estate Urban Ventures, NREUV. Consider that 2 years ago, Merritt was reportedly among the less than 5% of real estate developers who were people of color. Now, here we go with the ad. Oh my goodness, the ads. I hate this stupid. Yo, please, modern blogs. I know that I got to get y'all money from y'all website, but these motherfucking ads, man, they got me. It crashes the website. Anyway, now she's thriving in the multi-billion-dollar affordable housing market. Jeez, come on. This is making the stream lag. Oh, man. I'm getting me a new laptop soon. Former single mother who grew up in affordable housing in the Bronx, battling to be recognized as an expert in her field. The first 20 years of her career was spent building projects for white enterprises because she could not secure funding for her own projects. Are they really gonna make me lag like this over a fucking website because all these fucking ads? Oh my goodness, man. Anyway, this is terrible. Let's see, but the landscape changed dramatically for Merritt and her community development firm after George Floyd's murder. I still that like I don't understand what that means. She told Black Enterprise that since 2021, her business has raised $310 million for projects, including $124 million last year, 2024, and she aims to secure $114 million for 2025. So here we go. After Floyd's death, a breakthrough occurred with banks, government agencies, and community development financial institutions willing to gamble on Merritt. This was atypical as she often could not arrange financing with the banks and other lenders before. Oh, so it was a bunch of white guilt, and she used that. I ain't mad at that. I ain't gonna mad at that. If you gonna use the white guilt, use that shit. Motherfuckers be trying to use that shit for clout. That shit is fucking crazy, bro. That shit is fucking crazy. This website really lagged the whole stream because of the fucking ads on it. Because now I'm coming in way smoother now. Unfortunate. But it's all good. I'm not about to fuck the show up because of that website. I'm truly not. But yeah. So I guess it was a lot of because of the protests and because of the outrage of George Floyd's murder and stuff like that, motherfuckers was on now. I'm not a racist bag. So they now like they doing that DEI shit. They doing that like, well, I want to make sure that my hands is clean. I can wash some blood off my hands, or I don't have any blood on my hands. Let me prove it to y'all by investing in Gina's projects. And she was able to raise that funding. And you already know I don't never have a problem with raising funding from outside your community to use for the proliferation and the benefit of your community. You know I'm not against that at all. I don't care if you got an oyster restaurant on Wall Street or if you getting money from Carnegie and Rockefeller like Booker T. Washington. It does not matter to me. The only thing that matters to me is that you didn't sell your soul to get that money, and two, that you're actually going to use that money for not only your own benefit, but the benefit of Black Americans. That's all I ask. All right. And, oh man, we got so much to get to. Oh, we got three more to get to. I should have saved that for last because it ended on a good note, but it's all good. This outrage I seen on the timeline, as you can see, almost 10 million views. It says U.S. quietly removes memorial to Black World War II soldiers at Netherlands American Cemetery. Now, there was a lot of outrage about this. So I'm like, okay, what's going on? Why did this happen? And so according to my own research, we're not going to spend too much time on this. According to my research, the governing body that is in charge of removals and stuff like that, first of all, is run by a Black man. So a Black man signed off on this. And the memorials that the U.S. quietly removes, because this is clickbait as a motherfucker, the U.S. quietly removed it because they were already temporary panels. The permanent Black World War II soldier, monuments and memorials and stuff like that are still intact. They still there. And again, if you want to actually honor the fallen Black World War II soldiers and stuff like that, you can commemorate them and you can still salute them and still, send your condolences and respect at this same cemetery. Like the way they made it seem like they dug up Black Americans or they fucking destroyed tombstones and graves and stuff like that. And it's not. It was a bunch of literal panels, bro. Like it was a bunch of panels. You know what I'm saying? And so they rotated them out, which they've been doing for years. So I was just seeing everybody being outraged by this, and it's crazy because like at the end of the day, the chairman of the governing body that is in charge of the removals or rotating these panels was a black man, black American man, and he didn't look like he was like an immigrant or anything like that. He looked like a black American man. So we're gonna end on that phone call. So here we got white people losing it. Damn, I saved more shit. Oh no. So yeah. All right, so we gonna sandwich this trans stuff in here, and then we gonna get back to the black shit. So check this out. A trans woman, meaning a man, a grown man, said when TERFs, which is what is that shit? What is that shit? Something trans erasing radical feminist or some shit like that. What does TERFs mean again? I think it's trans erasing radical feminists. I think that's what TERF stand for. But anyway, it says trans people would face no discrimination if we just stayed out of women's spaces and lived our lives quietly. What they are really describing is segregation. Segregation. It's the same logic behind don't ask, don't tell, and separate but equal. You can exist, but only where we don't have to see you. That's not coexistence. That's erasure. We've seen this tactic before. Oh my goodness. We've seen this tactic before, and we refuse to return to the shadows. Trans people deserve full participation in public life, to be visible, to be safe, and to be free. That really didn't go nowhere because people see the fucking psychosis from a mile away. So this man took it up a notch. He took it up a notch. He says, when I see so many TERFs in the comments proudly saying they want to discriminate and segregate trans people, I can't help but be reminded of this picture. Yo, listen, fam. If it wasn't so hilarious, it'd be insulting and sad. But this white man is dead ass trying to compare. He's dead ass trying to compare the so-called plight of dudes not being able to go into women's bathrooms and equating that to black children. This is a picture from the Little Rock non-protest, by the way. Black children not going to a school that their parents' tax dollars paid for. Yo, son, I'm telling you, when it comes down to the ancestors, black Americans are the canary in the coal mine for every single civil liberty, human right. Anytime you want to scream injustice, there's a black and white Negro. There is a black and white photo of a Negro going through the most, and these niggas are going to use the ancestors for whatever cause that they have. They done use the ancestor as a prop. They done use the black American ancestor as a proxy for whatever the fuck they think they got going on in their mind. Oh, as a white man who wants to identify as a white woman, I'm just like the black girl or the black boys who wanted to go to a quote-unquote white school. They said that they didn't belong. You feel me? And they were wrong. So you're just as wrong for saying me, a man, doesn't belong in a woman's bathroom. This is the logic these mentally ill people are using, son. You gotta be shitting me, son. With a straight face, Jenna Taylor, which I'm pretty sure is not dude's name, but they're dead ass trying to sit here and say that this is what they feel like. This is what they feel like when polite society says, yo, dude, you have a beard, you're a dude, and we're not gonna let you in the women's bathroom. This shit is crazy, son. These people are out of their minds. Now the community, the tea community, has now conflated them wanting to be in women's spaces, play women's sports, and all of this shit with desegregation. Is it going to be a trans versus board? Is that what they about to do? What are they going to do? They going to sue? You see? You see why? You see why I say what I say? And you see why I be standing on the ancestors the way I be standing on it? Because you already know, we already had that discussion about Brown versus Board and all of that shit, right? And how Black Americans did not want to go to white schools. See, this is how you know they don't give up. You think this motherfucker knows even the history behind this photo, let alone Black American history. He don't know the history behind this photo. He just seen this woman. This is what sold it for him. This woman right here and this young lady right here. Everybody else doesn't fucking matter. This person seething at the thought of this young Black woman getting an education in the same place that either her or her daughter gets an education, sent her through the fucking roof. She was ready. If her eyes could kill, if looks could kill, she would have killed that young lady. But anyway, the ancestors did not want to go to white schools. So they, just so you know, I don't know, there could be a white trans community that's watching Hotep History right now. All I know is, let me give y'all the history lesson because y'all are ignorant to the ancestors and y'all are disrespectful and insulting to the ancestors. But it's trust and believe. I don't expect much from your side. I don't expect much from like a literal mentally ill population of my country. I don't expect much out of you people. I would expect that the people who want to go share bathrooms with children, the people who are literally, rife with gender dysmorphia, to actually think clearly about the ancestors. Like, I don't expect much out of you people. 40% the last time I heard. 40%, which is crazy. You need to work on those numbers. You know what I'm saying? They talk about the 1350 and all that other shit. I don't even, it's a bunch of bullshit, but I'm hearing that your community is doing it at like 40%. 40+%. That's almost half of y'all. Yikes. You should be worried about that, but you're not. It is what it is. So Black Americans during this time, on the ground, they did not want to go to white schools. They wanted their schools to be properly funded with the tax dollars that they were paying to the local and state and federal government. That's what Black Americans wanted. And then the, NAACP, Thurgood Marshall, all of these people was like, yo, listen, this is better for us to just integrate the schools and shit like that. And that's where you even get Brown versus Board. Black American parents, teachers, administrators, and schools did not want integration. They wanted their money to actually be allocated to the proper Black schooling. So I find it fucking funny that you and your mentally ill self don't even see the fucking irony in that, because everybody has told you niggas to get your own leagues. Everybody has told you to get your own motherfucker, go to the fucking unisex bathrooms and shit like that. Everybody has told you that there should be a trans league, a woman's league, and a man's league. Everybody has said, yo, listen, you are free to compete, but you have to be able to compete with people who are built like you. So that's either you taking your grown man ass to the men's league or create a trans league to where a bunch of you delusional grown ass men who don't want to compete with other men because you suck when you're competing with other men and you dominate when you're competing with women and you get access to their fucking locker rooms and bathrooms. Creeps. That's exactly like what you should do. Like you should just get your own shit. That's what the ancestors wanted. So when you're sitting there talking about they're using the word segregation, gang. They're using the word discriminate and segregate. Listen. If we're going to take this stupid ass analogy all the way, I want to see no trans signs. Let's do it. My ancestors had to deal with no Negroes. They didn't even want to fucking go to that restaurant. They didn't even want to go to that fucking restaurant, but them white people still said no Negroes. You feel me? They still said no Negroes. There was not a black person thinking about going to that fuck-ass restaurant, and they still went out of their way to say no Negroes. I remember I saw one that said no Negroes, no Puerto Ricans, and no dogs or some shit like that. Something crazy. Like, God damn, you just being bigoted just cause. So anyway, yeah, I would love to see no trans above the women's locker room or the women's women's side of the gym, and I would love to see no trans. Not even women only, because whites only, that's one thing. Nah, they said whites only, no colors allowed. Whites only, know this person, know that person, know this person. So women's locker room, no trans allowed. Let's get it. If y'all really want to talk this bigotry shit, if you want to talk this segregation shit, you got to actually live it. Because now all you have is a bunch of motherfuckers arguing with you. I know y'all seen the young lady with the braids. I forgot what gym she was in, but she spoke out against the trans man going into the locker room and in the bathroom of the gym with the other women. Like, y'all have to understand that you guys are I don't care. I don't care how you guys feel about it. This is a mental illness. There is no other way to describe it. It is a mental illness. All love, respect for the people who don't harm anybody, don't want to harm anybody and all of that. But even in your goodwill or your good nature, I'm still going to say with love, with respect, yo, you got something going on with your fam. I don't hate you. I don't want you to die or none of that shit. But at the end of the day, gang, something's wrong with you. I'm not going to hold you. And you're not going to make it society's problem. You're definitely not about to liken it. You're definitely not about to liken it to the ancestors being ridiculed and berated and harassed and violated and attacked, killed even, for wanting to maneuver through this country without it being illegal to do so. You're out of your fucking mind. Tell y'all all of the time. I don't care what your mainstream historian friends, your mainstream college friends tell you. The ancestors wanted desegregation. They did not want integration. Those are two different fucking things. Believe it. So yeah. Now we're going to do this one. Crystal has sent me this shit right before the show started. And I want to talk to y'all about it for a few minutes. And then we're going to end on the last video. I can't believe that we held this entire show down off bookmarks alone. It says, if there were no black cowboys, America wouldn't exist. Jordan Peele, bold new documentary.
If there were no black cowboys, then America would not exist.
Now, off the dribble, I do not like that Michael Harriot is involved in this, but I get it. He got the black as fuck history book. So as far as the new blacks are concerned, and as far as mainstream media is concerned, he's the go-to guy. Before him, it was Henry Louis Gates Jr. You feel me? So, yeah.
King Jesus. What? You want proof? No man cannot deny me.
The black cowboy was intentionally removed from the story so that we can create the myth of the American white cowboy.
As soon as cowboy became a cool thing was exactly when they took that from us.
You know, white people really got some nerve.
When you say cowboy, I don't think a Lone Ranger.
The actual real Lone Ranger was a black man.
Land is everything. Land is freedom. Land is power.
It was just stolen. That's a heist.
What you don't want to be known, you erase it. All this right here, y'all gonna have to rewrite that.
Country music is black music. Has it been stolen? Has it been heisted? Is there anything black people have made that hasn't been heisted?
You rewrote the history. We are just going back and straightening the story out.
To reclaim what was stolen from us, we have to tell everyone.
Okay, so new Black American documentary coming to Peacock Pause about Black Cowboys. Yeah, I know we cover Black Cowboys extensively on this channel. We talk about them all the time. Shout out to, Deadwood Dick Pause, Nat Love. Shout out to, Isom Dart. Shout out to, who else, man? Cherokee Bill. There's a whole bunch of them that we went over, right? Now, the good part about this is that you're going to get a lot of good information. There are going to be some facts that we're going to, learn or, have it affirmed in this documentary. There are going to be some characters that are speaking that you're a fan of, like for me, Rick Ross, Bun B, and just the historical relevance of it it's mainstream. It's on Peacock, right? So that's good. However, there's a however. This documentary reeks of new blackness. This documentary reeks of new black. It reeks of it. I already heard, how many times I heard white people in this trailer didn't like that. White people, they gonna steal. They just steal everything. They steal our shit. White people. Didn't like that. Didn't like censoring white people in our shit. I don't like that. I also don't like that Michael Harriet is involved. Okay? So the new black behavior and rhetoric and shit like that, I pray whenever this drops, I pray, if it does drop, I will, I'll watch it and give y'all my review and shit like that. But I genuinely pray, okay? I genuinely pray they do not center white people in racism in this documentary. It's a very high chance that they will, though. Very high chance that they will. I am not confident in their ability, okay, to give us Black American history without having to have the evil white man in the documentary. Real talk. And I know there are going to be points that I argue in this documentary. I don't like the new black. Like, there was some shit. What was said in this shit? Let me go back.
Proof?
The Black Cowboy was intentionally removed from the story so that we can create the myth of the American white cowboy.
Yeah, that shit.
As soon as cowboy became a cool thing was exactly when they took that from us.
Took it from you. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like the power that they give white people just by virtue of them being white, gang. What are you talking about, fam? Like, what are you talking about? They took it from you. Cowboy wouldn't even fucking exist if it wasn't for black people. You worried about the TV and shit. And then even in that, you like, what the fuck? Like, again, son. Did you think that the actor that played John Wayne was going to get picked like after, like, do you not think that they were still going to pick a bunch of white men to depict cowboys in their shows and TV? Like, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is the same man that has had black films. Yeah, white people in it, but they're centered around black people for the most part. I've watched Get Out. Damn. I've only watched Get Out. But anyway, that had white people in it, had racism in it, all of that shit, but the main characters were black people. You feel me? So it's like, when you say that shit, it's just like, yo, you're a fucking filmmaker. Make a movie about black fucking cowboys, nigga. This is what I'm saying. And there were black films about black fucking cowboys when black cowboys were, like, during that time, early 20th century. Like, I just feel like this documentary is going to be centering white people way more than I would like. And I don't like that idea. Crystal says, Crystal says, remember the scene in Gilded Age where they were talking about closing the colored school and they declined. They needed to integrate the one dad was like, we don't want to integrate schools. Yep, that's a fact. Oh, Mary Frances Hughes. It was like her name was Mary Frances something or something like that. Yeah, I remember that. Yep. And they tried to have the meeting without him and all this other shit. Yeah, I remember that. Cliff says, just hearing about this documentary, I think Bun B appears in it. That's very correct. Christian says, shout out to my cousin John Boy Jr. in the documentary. Shout out to listen, that's why I said, shout out to the people that got that approached this project being like, yo, listen, I want to spread Black American history about cowboys and shit like that. I personally, that's a personal gripe, that's a personal hang up for me, that when it comes down to having pride in oneself, it should not be, the reason why I have pride in this is because white people try to take it from us or some shit like that. No, I have pride in this shit because it's something to be proud of. That's just what it is. So I'm going to be on the lookout for this. Did they give us a date in the trailer? Yeah, High Horse, the Black Cowboy. No, what does it say? November 20th? Yep, November 20th. 3-part documentary on the 20th. Okay. Well, I'll be tuned in. Okay. I'll be tuned in. And then let's get to the last piece of content for the night.
Yes.
Hold on. This was great. You know what I'm saying? This was great.
Hello?
Ma.
Yes.
Ma, I've been calling you for like 2 weeks now. I ain't seen you since like 2 weekends ago. Why you ain't answering your phone?
I'm just a little upset with you.
For what?
How do you renege playing spade? I'm upset with you. Playing spade, do you know how serious that is?
Ma, you can't be. Ma, you serious?
I'm serious. I'm putting down a diamond. You throw out there a heart. You don't even know what you were doing, did you? You shouldn't have known what you were doing when you sat down there in that wooden chair.
Ma, it ain't even that serious. Ma, you ain't talked to me in almost 3 weeks because of spades?
That's right. You don't come to me telling me about being your partner playing spade. Then you get there and you embarrasses me. Just made me shame on the left side of the chair. Shame on the left side.
Why you keep saying the left side? What is the left side?
Because that's what the people were sitting there looking at me and you play on the left side.
Ma, we don't even know them people like that. You ain't gonna never see them people, Ma.
It don't matter, but you made me shame because I've been playing spade before you was even born, boy.
Ma, you taught me how to play
I know
spades.
what I was doing.
Ma, you taught me.
That's right. So you must be didn't follow what I taught you.
Ma,
you throw out of hearts like that.
Ma, you haven't talked to me in almost 3 weeks over spades, Ma.
That's what I said because you called me to be on the spade team and stuff. And I know what I taught you. You're going to take and hit that table like that there with a heart.
So when can
you hit that table.
So when can I come back to your house?
You can come to Mama's house anytime, but you can't come down talking spade because you don't know what you're doing, bro. Stay away from them spade tables.
Ma, ain't even that serious, Ma.
It's that serious. It's that serious.
You really upset? You really upset?
I'm upset because listen to your mama. Don't come there talking about spades no more. Because when that car hit that table, does it make a sound? When it made that sound, I thought it was done until I peeped over there and seen that heart. And they sitting on the left side. Ain't nobody saying nothing. They knew it was over because you didn't know what you were doing. Stay away from that. That's not for you.
Okay, man. I'm gonna talk to you later, man.
Oh, Mama love you, but spades don't do it, baby. Stay away from it. Mama love you.
Yo, listen, gang. I'm not even mad at her, man. I'm not. I'm truly not. And I'm telling you, this is as a nigga that don't really, I'm not that competitive when it comes to spades. I'm liable to do the same shit her son did. I ain't even gonna hold you. Don't call me, nigga. I shoot dice. That's what we fucking do over here. So listen, when it come down to this shit, I feel her, but I also feel him because I was one of those niggas, right? I'm outside with my cousins, bro. I'm not sitting down at the spades table at the cookout. I'm outside. I'm sneaking, smoking weed. I'm drinking. I'm doing all of this shit on the Lilo. I'm playing video games with my cousin. We outside playing tag. There's a whole bunch of other kid shit going on. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not really worried about spades. So that whole learning curve where you're supposed to learn when you like 10, 11, 12, going into, your teens and your 20s and shit, you proficient. And so by the time you in your 30s, nigga, you a triple OG at the fucking spades table. Yeah, I'm novice at best. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Don't call me. I don't want to be your spades partner, gang. I don't. I'm not even dealing with that. I reneged in front of a group of people one time, and that's all it fucking took. Niggas laughed me off the table. It was like 2010 or some shit like that, bro. And then the next time I played after that, I was in like my late 20s. I was in a hotel with my man Mike. We was on a work trip and shit like that. My man Mike, damn, what was the driver's name? My memory bad. He was cool as shit too. Big dude, super big dude. But yeah, these two niggas is fucking spade fucking demons. These niggas know how to play spades with their eyes closed. You feel me? They know how to count the books. All of this fly shit. You feel me? And we playing, we drinking, we smoking and shit like that. And this motherfucker said, oh, goddamn, doe. I reneged at one time. I was like, yo, I'm good on this shit, man. Bring the fucking dice out, my nigga. I'm good. You feel me? So, listen. I'm not getting into this shit, man. This son's mom was like, yo, you could go to. She didn't talk to this nigga for damn near a month because of that shit. You hear me? And he thinking like, well, it's complete strangers in here, so that should be a reason why you don't care. And she's looking like, nigga, that's the reason why I care the most. These niggas don't know us. The only thing they know about us is that you suck at spades and you my son. That's embarrassing enough. At least if it was my cousin, your aunt, your uncle, people that love us and shit like that, you can renege at the fucking table among family. We gonna make jokes about you, little nigga, but then that's it. You embarrassing me in front of strangers, nigga. She said my whole left side. She said the whole left side. You feel me? So we gonna end on that note, man. We gonna end on that note. Oh man, I enjoyed tonight's episode. I hope y'all did. I do have an entire show that I promise you we was gonna get to Black American institutions. We gonna get there. We gonna get there, man. We gonna get there. I got you. But we gonna get up out of here, man. I appreciate you guys. This was another one. Another great one. Hold on. Wait for it. Here we go. Yes. This was another one, ladies and gentlemen.
Another one is in the bag. This was another episode of Hotep History Live with your host, with the most President Hotep dude. We had another one. Talk to him, Max. Uh-huh. It's your man. Come on, y'all. Listen. I had an amazing time. You have been amazing. Shout out to Kristen. Shout out to Sandy. Shout out to Memphis. Shout out to Cliff. Who else was in the chat tonight, man? Who else was here tonight, man? As long as I got my day ones, I'm cool. Ricky, shout out to Ricky. Shout out to Jason. I will be just fine. Come on. Mommy like nothing. Come on. Say never gonna let you go. Come on. Welcome home, Max. Come on. Hold on. Man, I'm sick and tired. Yo, watch when I pull up with the new laptop. Y'all ain't gonna know what to do with me. Shout out to everybody that came through, man. I really do appreciate y'all, man. I really do. Y'all have been amazing. Nigga. I can tell it's so damn nuts. That's Dax and Max round and round with black hat. If you tap that, this is what I was like. I'm in the position of my life. Listen! I'll be just fine. Come on, y'all. Thank y'all for coming out. Make sure you're here Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. on the dot. You know how we do it. Yes, sir. Ladies wanna. Welcome home, Max. Good It's tell me I ain't fine. Come on. I'll be just fine. Like myself. Said I never wanna let you go. Broken no bone. I'll be just fine. Mommy like myself. Said I never wanna let you go. This comes to door closed. Yes, sir. We really like that over here. Subscribe to the Patreon if you want to hear all of this uncensored, because YouTube, they're going to copyright strike all of this shit. Yes, sir. I love y'all, man. Thank y'all for coming through for another episode, man. Y'all have been gems. Hope I helped. Hope I motivated. Hope I inspired. Hope I educated y'all in some way, shape, or form or fashion. That's what I do it for, man. Listen. Yes. 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 Now, as always, you can't have the future without the present, and you cannot have the present without the past. And we don't study history to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present so we can positively what? Affect our future. Thank you guys again for tapping into another episode of Hotep History Live. I was your host, President Hotep Dubes. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,